Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our opening ceremony is about to begin, so please have a seat. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Best wishes to all of us. Shalom Namo Buddhaya. Good morning and welcome to everyone for the International Conference on Interreligious and Intercultural Studies with theme Sacred Language, Magic and Mysticism. Organized by Hindu Indonesia University. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed the program today, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to Our Excellency, Chairman of Vidyakerti Foundation, the Honorable Rector of Hindu Indonesia University, our speakers today, all our inviting guests, and all the participants today who joining this conference online and offline. Ladies and gentlemen, allow us to present to you a Balinese welcome dance. Please welcome Padmaning Puja Dance. We'll give more applause. One more for the dancer, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now we will sing Indonesia National Anthem, so please stand up. May I kindly invite Dr. Idewa Ketut Budiana MPhilha for invoking blessings from the Almighty for this international conference through his prayer. This floor is yours.
Mari kita berdoa. Hadirin yang saya hormati, doa akan saya pimpin dengan doa agama Hindu. Yang lain mohon menyesuaikan. Om rapat om atma tatu atma kesama sampurnaya namah swaha. Om saraswati namastumbhya waradaka marupini siddhiraktu karaksamme siddhi bhavantu me sadam. Om giripati mahaviryam pratisthilingam sarva dewa pranasta sarva jagat pratistanam. Om giripati dipataya namah swaha. Om Manubadrah Krasanto Yanamah Swaha. Om Sang Yang Widiwasa, Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, pada hari ini kami hadir di hadapan-Mu untuk menyampaikan permohonan dalam rangka International Conference of INTERRELIGIOUS and Intercultural Studies dengan tema Secret Language, Magic and Mysticism. Jadikanlah pertemuan ini senantiasa dalam lindungan-Mu. Om Sang Yang Widiwasa, Tuhan Yang Maha Pengasih, jauhkanlah bakta-Mu dari segala kegelapan. Berikanlah jalan yang terang, lindungi mereka, dan tetapkanlah kebahagiaan di antara kami semua. Himpunkanlah segala kebajikan yang tersirat dari seluruh ciptaan-Mu dan jadikanlah rahmat bagi manusia. Om Sang Yang Widiwasa, Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, karuniailah kami dan penuhilah permohonan kami. Semoga pikiran yang baik datang dari segala penjuru. Om Santi, 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 Om.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the next program, welcoming speech and remarks from Rector of Hindu Indonesia University. The floor is yours.
Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Namo Buddhaya, salam sejahtera, shalom. On behalf of Universitas Hindu Indonesia, I would like to welcome all of you to Bali, Indonesia, for joining the International Conference on Interreligious and Intercultural Studies. This conference is an annual international conference carried out regularly by our university, Universitas Hindu Indonesia, since 2018. I would like also to express my sincere gratitude to you all. Moreover, I honorably welcome our keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Mark Woodward from Arizona State University, USA. Thank you very much for your joining offline in this conference. Professor Dr. Tao Xian Guang from the Chinese Director of Tourism Confucius Institute, Udayana University from China. Thank you very much also for joining here at our university, Hindu University of Indonesia. And then after this conference, I invited you to discuss same program maybe we can develop at our university. And also to our invited speakers, Professor Dr. Michael Northcott, Professor Dr. Nestor Castro from Philippines, Dr. Hakan Gulers joining online today, and Dr. Diana Butler, thank you. Dr. Made Sendra, my close friend from Udayana University. He is still in Indonesian, yes, still jomblo. And also Professor Robert Seidenbosch from Germany. Sacred language, magic, and mysticism is the very interesting, challenging, and unique theme that taken in this conference. The important background on where we took these themes are the life and culture of people in the world today, especially in Bali, which filled with ideas embedded in both tangible and intangible cultural heritage. This phenomenon exists to play a role in shaping the typology of our character communities, as well as the way of life in our society. In addition, in the context of intangible culture, we can witness the use of the supranatural for certain purposes, including economic and political interests. The impact of this trend is a concern related to the dynamic of society in pursuing harmonious and tolerant life, becoming one of the many ways that people can cultivate a harmonious life is by highlighting the oppressive attitude toward tradition. In this discussion, in this conference, emphasizes on how the existence of tradition, which has the substances of the sacred language, magic, and mysticism, and what is the effort to preserve this tradition in the multicultural society, and if there is controversy or difference in perception between one community and another, problems such as anxiety or conflict can arise. These are the questions trying to answer in this discussion for the conference. The theme of the conference is also related to the series of events for our university anniversary, and also the inauguration of the Gotra Pangusada Bali. Gotra Pangusada Bali is the Balinese Traditional Healer Association, which was inaugurated by the Governor of Bali on Saturday last week at the Taman Asoka Universitas Hindu Indonesia. This is also important for us in Bali, for the traditional healing. as alternative healing in Bali. We hope that this conference can become an academic discussion for scholars from various fields of interest and achieve noble goals. We look forward to hearing your discussion and learning from you inside. Thank you very much. Om Shanti 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 Om.
Now, I kindly invite Chairman of Parisada Hindu Dharma Indonesia to deliver his speech from video to be played on the screen.
Om Swastiastu. It is a great honor for me to be here together with all of you. International Conference on Interreligious and Intercultural Studies. It's a great program that has been conducted by the Foundation of the Pendidikan Widya Kerti Universitas Hindu Indonesia UNHI, Denpasar, for several years since 2018. I think the topic and secret language, magic and mysticism is a very timely and significant in understanding our culture and society, not only in the past present time, but also in the future. This is a great opportunity for all of us here, since there are more than 8 panel sessions consists of secret language, magic and mysticism and politics, magical and mystical ways of healing, mystic literature, spirituality and Sufism, ethnicity, tradition and magic, social media, ritual, animation, feminine, mystical, magic and sexuality, culture, literature and mysticism, tourism, environment and mysticism special session on IKN, Nusantara New Capital, and the King of Erlangga and his kingdom in East Java. Taught this international conference, I think that all participants, discussion, moderator will be able to actively take part in the discussion so that we can contribute and share the ideas and reason finding comprehensively with other scholars from other countries. In addition to his, we can share our experiences dealing with our researchers' projects in enriching our knowledge in the broader sense. Therefore, I truly think this is the best path to ensure that our researchers, lecturers, and students, particularly from the graduate and postgraduate program, will engage in all of the parallel session. I sincerely to achieve our goals in the context of building a better, higher educational system competitively and synergistically toward the world-class university. I would like to thank all the keynote speakers, main speaker, particularly from the Center for the Study of Religion and Conflict, Arizona State University, United States of America, the University of the Philippines, UP, Manila, Indonesian Consortium for Religious Studies, ICISS, Universitas Gadjah Mada, from Universitas Hindu Indonesia, UNHI, Denpasar, and Universitas Udayana, from Yekaterinburg University, Russia, and from Faculty of Political Science at Udayana University, and BRAIN, National Research and Innovation Agency, Jakarta. I hope all of you, especially those from outside Bali, will enjoy the beauty of Bali as well. Thank you. Matur Suksma. Om Shanti 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 Om.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is keynote speech and will be led by Professor Dr. Phil Ikhtut Ardana MA. So the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. So, first of all, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Ikato Ardana, professor in Asian history. Actually, it's not about secret language, magic, or mysticism. So, I'm professor in Asian history at Udayana University and also from the Universitas Hindu Indonesia. For this important session, I would like to invite Professor Mark Woodward from Arizona University, USA. Give applause from Professor Mark Woodward. Please come here. And also Professor Tao from from China. Yeah, it's also a professor in Udayana University. Please come for the. You don't want to come here? Yeah, just keep here because we have 3 persons, and the last one, Professor Northcott, Professor Northcott from Edinburgh University. Please come on for 3 people. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, sit there. Okay. Would you sit here? Yeah. Thank you very much. Professor Mark Woodward is a very famous, outstanding scholar on his book on Islam Jawa. Yes, that's right. It's very important for us to study about religion and interfaith studies in Southeast Asia in particular, and also in Asia in general. And Professor Northcott is a professor from Edinburgh, is an ecologist, yeah? So it's very important, your analysis on COVID or pandemic in the pandemic times. And also from Professor Tao from China, you will talk about the Chinese culture, to what extent Chinese culture play, or Chinese language from your perspective. So this is very important because of what? Because that we have now the problem of dictatorship of authenticity. Sorry, the Sofian introduced this concept, dictatorship of authenticity. So that means setiap orang mengaku authentic, sehingga problem dalam masyarakat kita, so we have big problem on how we should define and determine the concept of authenticity. Then through this discussion, we invite 3 scholars, outstanding scholars from abroad. And for the first one, I would like to Professor Mark Woodward to present your paper in 20 minutes, and then followed by Professor Tao, and the last one, Professor Northcott. Thank you. This is your turn. Give applause for all 3 of us.
Good morning, and thank you all very much. It's an honor to be here. I have not been in Indonesia for the last 2 years, largely because of the COVID pandemic, which has had such a devastating effect on all of us. It doesn't matter whether we're from Indonesia, whether we're from China, whether we're from Zimbabwe. This has been a global phenomenon that we all wish had never occurred, and that all of us are looking forward to seeing when the day comes when our lives will be as interconnected or more interconnected even than they were before this outbreak. I want today to talk about the categories that the steering committee has established to bring this conference together. And I want to add 2 more to that because they're important for both the scientific literature on these matters and on the way that they affect us all in everyday life. So we were originally charged with the responsibility of talking about language, magic, and mysticism. And I want to add two more to that, and those would be religion as a whole and science, because the relationship between science and these other categories is a very critical one, particularly the similarities and differences between the ways in which, I guess you would say, ordinary people, and that would be ordinary people of many, many different types in many different places, understand these issues, and the ways in which those of us who are academics use really what is almost, it's not a different language, and we all write and speak in 1, 2, 3, 4 or more languages in the conventional sense, but we also speak in a common analytic language. No matter what language we're speaking or writing in, we will use concepts like religion or science or mysticism, and we'll relate that to a shared body of literature, which is increasingly a global literature. It's sometimes criticized as being a Western social science literature. That could have been true, that was true 100 years ago. It was less true 50 years ago, and it's far less true today. And the establishment of universities like this one has played an important part in bringing us all together around a common set of analytic themes. And I want to begin by referencing three different people. One of them, the first one, was Bronislaw Malinowski. That's a mouthful. That's Polish. He was a Polish-British social anthropologist in the early decades of the 20th century. He was he was the first person in anthropology to conduct extended, long-term ethnographic field research. He worked in the Trobriand Islands, which are in the Southwest Pacific, near Papua New Guinea, for 4 entire years. The joke is that the boat dropped Malinowski off in the Trobriands, and it picked him up 4 years later. And that's an accomplishment that very, very few of us in social science research have ever replicated. The other reason for mentioning Malinowski is he was perhaps one of the last social scientists who wanted to address really big questions. He wrote a book, actually it's a collection of essays called Science, Magic, Religion, and Other Essays, which was first published in 1925, and which is still in print, which is pretty remarkable. He also talked about language in that volume. Much has changed since that time in terms of academic language, but Malinowski raised issues about the relationship between these categories that are still with us today. One that he does not have a lot to say about is mysticism, except in a critique of some earlier theories of Lévi-Breuil, of an earlier French philosopher and perhaps anthropologist, who wanted to say that the non-literate peoples of the world are not capable of rational thought, and they only think in mystical terms. Malinowski, having spent 4 years living among the people of the Trobriands and studied such things as navigation, which requires knowledge of astronomy, and agriculture, which everywhere requires knowledge of plants, plant species, soil types, climate variation, all sorts of things. Malinowski, looked at these claims and said, this is really just a lot of rubbish. And he didn't use that expression, but that's basically what he said. So a lot of the things that he was talking about long before any of us were born, long before most of our parents were born, are still important questions today. Another person who offers a very good point of departure for discussing these issues is Hildred Geertz. Hildred Geertz, who spent a lot of time here in Bali. The last time I corresponded with her, those of us in American anthropology refer to her as Hilly. She mentioned that she was still very much engaged in the study of civilization and culture in Bali, particularly the arts. And she wrote that the nature of things in themselves are both conceptual and empirical problems. We want to know the particulars, and she says that the particulars of things like magic and religion, how they operate in very specific times and places, and how we go about speaking about things like witches and fairies and demons and all of those sorts of things. But we also want to understand these in comparative perspectives. And that the comparative study of these things is really what is at the heart of both cultural anthropology and history. Her writings in general are, Hilly Geertz is an extremely articulate and sophisticated intellectual who unfortunately has never really had the public renown that she should have. And the last person, this is just very simple, coming from a very, very complicated book on metaphor by the cognitive scientist and linguist George Lakoff, who says, categorization is not a thing to be taken lightly, which sums up a 400-page book in which he makes the point that not simply from the standpoint of philosophy, not simply from the standpoint of ethnography, but from the standpoint of cognitive science, that's how our brains actually work, that we think, we as human beings, not as Balinese, not as Bulgarians, not as Eskimos, but as human beings, we think in terms of categories. And that the study of these categories and how people use them is an absolutely fundamental part of all of the social sciences. It's kind of like the old story about the elephant and the blind man, right? And so people from one discipline will grab a hold of the trunk and they'll say one thing, and from another discipline they grab a hold of the tail and they will say something else, and you have to get all 5 or 6 of these blind men together to get a sense of what an elephant really is. I don't know of a better way of talking about the need for interdisciplinary work in these fields. Now, the other concept that I want to use here, I want to really use 2 concepts. And all of you will get this paper later on. Quite honestly, I still have to finish writing the conclusions. But there are 2 basic concepts that I want to use in this. And the first is the distinction between, and these are linguistic terminology, between emic and etic categories. Emic categories are the categories that are unique to a particular language, culture, or religion. For example, we would say that the concept of baraka, or translating roughly blessing in Arabic, is a category in Muslim cultures everywhere. We could say the same thing about the Hindu concept of dharma. Whether or not you're in Bali or whether you're not in all sorts of different places in India with different languages, lumping India together or lumping Hinduism together is one thing, is a really serious mistake. And believe it or not, actually, it wasn't a colonial mistake to begin with. It was a mistake made by a very insightful but limited scholar with limited experience in the 10th century from Arabia, who really wrote the first books on Hinduism as a tradition. Well, these emic categories, this is where we start. This is where any of us start in doing whatever kind of research we're doing, whether it's textual, whether it's ethnographic, and I think, at least when I do it, survey research. We all have to deal with those categories in one way or another. And analysis, comparative analysis, then necessarily moves to using what are called etic categories. These are comparative. They are not unique to any particular culture or tradition. They are a scientific language. Using these categories is rather much the same as using equations. Mathematics is perhaps the most absolutely clear case of a field of scientific endeavor that is 100% cross-cultural and has been 100% cross-cultural for many, many, many centuries. Mathematicians may not speak the same language in everyday life, but it doesn't matter whether you're in ancient Greece, whether you're in ancient India, whether you're in Princeton University today, mathematicians speak the same language. That's why sometimes a doctoral dissertation in mathematics can be 2 pages long. The acknowledgments and all of the formal paperwork are longer than the dissertation because the dissertation is a proof. And any mathematician anywhere in the world can read that proof and know exactly what it says. Well, those of us in the social sciences and humanities don't have that precise set of categories by a long way. But we do have categories that we necessarily use in the comparative study of human phenomena, and those we've outlined here: magic, language, mysticism, religion. Those are among the categories we use, although we argue about how those should be defined. Sometimes I think that if you put 5, it's kind of like rabbis. If you put 5 social scientists in a room and ask them what religion is, you're going to get 6 opinions. And believe me, if you spend any time with rabbis, you know that would, if you ask rabbis any question, you're going to get more answers than there are rabbis in the room. But these categories we really have to use. Now, the second concept that's very useful for understanding these relationships, this comes from a branch of finite mathematics called set theory. And here I'm going back to some of my my very early on experience in mathematical linguistics. That was a long time ago. I hadn't thought about it very much for about 40 years. And then when Dickie suggested this topic and I was scratching my head trying to think about a way to talk about it, these notions came to mind. And there are 2 that are particularly important. One is the notion of fuzzy sets. A normal set, you have very clear, that's a group of objects. It can be people, it can be cars, it can be different types of elephants, it can be whatever you want to be. What's called a crisp set, you have absolutely clear criteria for determining what or who is or is not a member of that set. One would think, for example, that the set of Indonesians would be the set of people who have Indonesian passports or Indonesian identity cards. You know, that you look at it, you're either in or you're out. You either have it or you don't have it, maybe. A fuzzy set is a set where there are different criteria for, there's a set of criteria for inclusion in that set, but they're not particularly clear. And some people or some objects may have some of them, but not all of them. There may be a set of unifying concepts in the middle. That's I'm not going to go into all the details of the math here because it gets confusing, especially for me. So we can think of a lot of these things that we call religion or mysticism as fuzzy sets, sort of like the point where you're kind of scratching your head and you're thinking, well, does this count or does it not count? And if we have a clear in or out, we get really confused and we really don't know how to answer the question. If we look at if we think of these things as fuzzy sets, it's much easier and much more comforting. The other concept that turns out to be very useful in these discussions is the set theoretical notion of intersection. That means an intersection is where two sets overlap. It's like if you have two circles, each circle is a set. And the two circles overlap, kind of like this. Yeah, I can't reach them. Two paper things.
This one?
No. This one? This one.
Okay.
The paper.
Oh, the paper, okay.
No, I want this. Oh,
okay.
and that one.
Oh, this one. Oh, this is the paper. Yeah.
Okay, these are two sets, right?
Yeah.
These happen to be pretty clear sets. They're not very fuzzy. And if you go like that, the part of that where the two of them overlap, that's mathematically known as an intersection. It's really not a difficult concept. It's one that we use in everyday life all the time. Mathematicians also use it. And if we start to think about it for a moment, the intersection of two fuzzy sets is something that's really, can be really complicated and really interesting. And it can capture a lot of things that are really kind of in between states. For example, what Victor Turner calls liminality can be seen as the intersection of two fuzzy sets, like childhood and adulthood. Now, when we take these together, we've got a way of categorizing or explaining the relationships between things like science, magic, and religion. Let me take just a couple of examples here for time. First of all, a lot of people will tell you that actually mysticism and magic really are understood best as being subsets of religion. That they really enumerate specific kinds of religious things if one is going to define religion as being experience with, interaction with, knowledge of non-empirical realities. Religion is not like a phone. You can't pick it up. You can't look at it. You can't drop it. We can talk about our interactions with gods or God or spirits or I don't know, with Satans. But, you know, we can't, yeah, you can't really touch them, or at least most people would say that. Well, mysticism is the same sort of thing. Mysticism then becomes the direct experience of non-empirical realities. And these things are very much arranged in hierarchies of knowledge. This is something where people like Gregory Batesson and Lakoff and Noam Chomsky have talked about a lot in linguistic and cognitive science, is that our cultures are not just collections of things, but it's a hierarchical system of knowledge, and it will start with very, very general principles and kind of move downward like a tree structure, so that, you know, we have maybe two quite different concepts that are informed by a single common set of assumptions. So in that respect, one can find that beliefs about the afterlife and beliefs about how you grow rice can be informed by a single common set of concepts. Now, this is very difficult research to do. And Lakoff is one of the first people to, Lakoff and an anthropologist by the name of Roger Keesing are among the first people to acknowledge the difficulty of this type of research. You've got to be like Malinowski. You've got to devote years to it. And you've got to devote also a lot of complex analytic effort. And this is why the study of these phenomena is properly understood as being science in the same way that physics is, or astronomy. And it's quite interesting to note that one of the people who made comments on some of the earlier writings about this and was very interested in these problems was Albert Einstein, who was perhaps the greatest physicist that had ever lived, but he was also somebody who was very interested in the human mind and how it works. I think that's where I'll leave it today. I will have, this is about a 45 to 50 page paper, and I will have, my sticky's good graces, this will at some point be available to all of you. Again, thank you very much, and it's been an honor to be able to speak with you all today.
Thank you very much, Professor Mark Woodward. And now I would like to invite Professor Dr. Tao Jian Guang from the Chinese Director of Tourism, Confucian Institute of Udayana University. Please, it's your time. Okay, thank you.
Okay, it's okay. Can you hear me? Okay, very good. Yeah. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and selamat pagi. 大家早上好. Yeah. Okay. I came from China 10 days ago, and I work in the university in China. It's Nanchang University, and now I came to Udayana University as a director of Tourism Confucian Institute with my good friend and colleague, my mother Sandra. So I'm very happy to be here because before I working in Makassar, Hasanuddin University in around 4 and 5 years. And now I come to Bali with Udayana University. So today, I'm very happy with all of the audience and participants. And this is my first time to come to University, Hindu, Indonesia. And come here, share with my idea. It's a Chinese language. And today, I'd like to first thank the chairman of the Mr. Rector and all the important guests and honorable guests to be here. And first of all, I'd like to introduce my topic. My topic is the magical and charming Chinese language, helping the Chinese tourist market with a new look and a new height in Bali. So I not follow this PPT, but we just use the tape script. So as far as we know, China is one of the oldest countries in the world, and is an ancient civilization with a splendid culture of 5,000 years ago, 1,000 years, and with a long history and a profound culture. Now, the Chinese language has a long history. It is magical, unique, and profound. It is the language with the largest number of the people in the world. It has unique charm, magical, among many languages in the world. The charm of Chinese lies in its beauty, in its stronger generalization, vividness, fullness, and emotion. Now, with its unique charm, it has made the Chinese people express the feeling, and the Chinese language is spread for thousands of years, for more than 5,000 years, whether it is a change of dynasties or a change of political power, and the Chinese nation has always guarded its spiritual welfare, and more importantly, its own civilization and soul. It is the largest and the longest guardian in the world. Now, according to the United Nations statistic, 1.6 million people around the world speaking Chinese, accounting for 25% of the world's total population. Now, recently, the United Nations World Tourism Organization, UNWTO, officially lists the Chinese language as the official language of the UNWTO from January 25th, 2021. In the era of globalization, the importance of internationalization of Chinese language is self-evident. Now, this decision has improved the use of status and the proportion of Chinese language in international organization, which is conducive for China to better share the experience opportunities of Chinese tourism development and make a positive contribution to the realization of cultural exchanges between China and the foreign countries, and the promotion of building the community with a shared future for mankind. As far as we know, the Confucius is a very great philosophy and educator in China. And he was the greatest statesman, singer, and educator in our Asian country. Now, the Confucius Institute, named after Confucius, is an important platform for promote of Chinese language. It promotes Chinese culture, enhance the mutual understanding with the world, and builds harmonious world and enable Chinese civilization and the other civilization in the world to communicate and understand each other. The Confucius Institute's promotion of learning Chinese to ordinary foreigners will help the foreigners understand China's history, traditional culture, allow more overseas countries to understand China, and strengthening culture exchange and the mutual learning between China and the foreign countries. Now, at the present, the Tourism Confucius Institute opened at Udayana University in Bali. Now, takes tourism as the distinctive feature and is committed to cultivate tourism Chinese management, local Chinese tour guide talent who can speak Chinese and understand China for the Bali tourism industry. As a world-class tourist destination, Bali is the first choice for Chinese tourists to visit Indonesia. Among the tourists from all over the world, Chinese tourists account for 1/3. Now, they are main force of tourism consumption in Bali, and the status is very special. Here, carry out tourism Chinese teaching is conducive to improve the Chinese level and the practical application ability of Bali tourism practitioners and improve the service level, reception qualities of Chinese tourists, and providing high quality service, and helping to cultivate more tourist Chinese practitioners who meet the needs of local tourism market, so that they can effectively communicate with Chinese tourists and ensure sustainable development virtuous circle of the Chinese tourist market in Bali, and attract more Chinese tourists to Bali to learn about Indonesia and also learn Bali's culture and the long-standing Chinese culture, and enhance the mutual understanding between the two cultures and contribute to the friendly cooperation between China and Indonesia in tourism and other fields. I think it's a double win, and particularly effective work. It is believed that after COVID-19 pandemic, when Chinese tourists arrive as scheduled, it will help Bali tourists develop a new look, and tourism economical will hit new height. Now, as an important country along the One Belt and One Road, Indonesia's geography location and the status are very important. Bali, as a world tourist destination, the rapid growth of Chinese tourists has uniqueness and advantages, resources, which will bring a lot of space for Tourism Confucius Institute at Udayana University, show unique Chinese language, and promote the special tourism Chinese teaching, educational exchange, and cooperation. Now, in the recent years, with the continuous advancement of China's One Belt, One Road initiative, Indonesia, as an important country along maritime Silk Road, has become more and more closely connected with China in the field politicals, economy, trade, culture, tourism. Now, at present, the relationship between China and Indonesia is the best period of development. Bali, as a world-renowned tourist destination, is one of Indonesia's most important windows to the outside world. The number of Chinese tourists has increased year by year, with more than 1 million people per year, has jumped to the first place, become the largest source of foreign tourists in Bali. Now, in order to ensure sustainable development and the virtuous circle of the Chinese tourist market, and the cultivate tourism Chinese professional is very important job in Bali. Now, with the development of domestic and foreign tourism in China, tourism practitioners in many countries have long recognized Chinese language is also increased day by day. The hot Chinese tourist market has already attracted the attention of all countries. Although international tourism has not yet fully recovered due to the impact of pandemic of COVID-19. And tourism practitioners in many countries have begun to actively learn Chinese language and hoping to come in hand when Chinese tourists return. When international tourists take off again, the Chinese tourists will occupy a larger proportion in the world. Now, communication of language and the culture is the most intimate. And the communication in the process establish the contact with others. And language is the key to open the people's inner world. And the Chinese language is a magical language. Learning Chinese will help the two people better understand each other's language, thereby enhancing mutual understanding and trust, and deepening the friendship and affection. The Tourist Confucius Institute at Udayana University can use the platform of Tourism Confucius Institute promote tourism Chinese teaching in Bali, and the use the platform of Tourism Confucius Institute to strengthen Chinese language learning for Udayana University students and create opportunities for them to work as a Chinese tourist guide in the future. At the same time, it can also cultivate the high qualities interdisciplinary talent who understand professional and the Chinese for tourism industry in Bali. Now, this is a double-win good thing. It is an important work worthy of our joint efforts, giving the full play to the advantages of Tourism Confucius Institute, show the charm of Chinese, and turning the language into the driving force for promoting the virtuous circle and the healthy and the development of Bali tourism. There will be sufficient career and the work very hard and very much looking for, okay, yeah, only one. Okay, many thanks to the organizer for conference and the Universitas Hindu Indonesia for allowing me and us to gather in the Bali and use the magical language to make suggestions for the development of Bali. I hope Bali will have a better and prosperity tomorrow in the future. Ya, terima kasih banyak. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Tao. Yeah. So, Professor Tao already explained about how to extend the Chinese language as a magical language. It's very important. And now we just jump to Professor Northcott from Edinburgh University of Ireland. Okay, it's your turn. 20 minutes, okay.
Could I have my slides on the screen, please? Thank you. So thank you very much to Kutut and the rector for the invitation to be here once again. I made the decision when we were told that there was this terrible new disease in the world, that I would move to Bali rather than go back to London, where I'm from, and it was a good decision. Bali's been quieter than normal. It simply means that I could get around on my motorbike a bit more easily. But the restaurants and the cafes and the beaches, on the most part, did not close, and we had a fairly normal life here. I mean, at least I did. The gamelan orchestras, though, closed for 2 years. And that, for me, was a kind of a sadness, that I did not hear that sound for 2 years in Bali. But it's back now, and Bali is getting back to normal, so that's great. Could I have my slides on the screen? Or you could give me a plug and I could use my own computer. Okay, great. Can you make them bigger, or is it as big as they go? Bizarre? Lagi bizarre? You need? Like that? Because they can see me, they don't need this. They just need to see the slides, yeah? Bisa? Okay, never mind. It just emphasizes. Okay, so I've called this talk Ecology, Magic and Cybernetics in Bali, Quantum Entanglement and the Subak System. So, the next slide, please. Bali first became well known to Europeans in the 1930s as a magical island. Can we keep the slides on the screen when I'm talking rather than just disappearing? Because it's not enough time to read them. It's sort of magic. They just disappear by magic, but maybe we can overcome the magic of artificial intelligence and, use a thumb or something. I mean, computers do all kinds of things now that you don't want them to do. It's very frustrating. But increasingly, you're fighting the artificial intelligence just to use these darned machines. But we're told that AI is going to be wonderful, and the fourth industrial revolution is going to make everything absolutely fantastic. We won't even need to meet anymore. We'll have robots doing everything for us. And then, well, I don't know what human beings will be for, but anyway, for now, it would be good to see the slides when I'm speaking to them. Thank you very much. Or you could give me a plug and I could do it from a computer. It might be easier. Okay, wonderful, thank you. So, two of the best known visitors to Bali in the early days of European migration here were Walter Spaes, a German artist of Russian extraction, and Jose Miguel Covarrubias from Mexico, who wrote a famous book about Bali called The Island of Bali. And Spaes had a particular artistic style. Of this painting on the left is one of his, and Spaes influenced many artists in Bali to this day, and you can go around galleries in Ubud where you can see his influence. But he also set up a colony of artists in Ubud, and that was in Champuhan, and in fact his colony overlooked, you can't see my slide, his colony overlooked the Champuhan temple, which I had on my first slide. The next slide, please. One explanation for what some people see as a magical energy of this island is that it is said to lie at a critical point in what some people call earth chakras. Some people also call these ley lines. And according to this perspective, Bali is at the intersection of two ley lines, along with Machu Picchu in Peru. And so Bali is said to be a kind of energy vortex in this perspective on the earth, focused, and of course it does partly come from Chinese culture, this idea of chakras, focused at certain sacred sites, including Uluwatu Temple, Gunung Agung, of course, and Tirta Empul. And now the significant site, if you're an Englishman, where these ley lines interact with a place with particular energy is Glastonbury and Shaftesbury in Dorset. Next slide, please. The island's rich sacred languages and traditions, and I think it must be said, its equable climate. I mean, I don't use AC here, I don't even need a fan. It's a great climate. You're very lucky if you come from Bali. It attracted many Western anthropologists as well as artists. And two of the most famous were Gregory Batesson and Margaret Mead, and of course they did a very famous documentary from their time in the hills north of Ubud, and many publications. From his studies, next slide please. From his studies in Bali, Batesson began to develop the cybernetic theory of his father, which was more of a scientific theory in his father's iteration, into an anthropological theory. And he argued that culture collectively expresses a conscious purpose, which, while not easily articulated in words, resides in the structure of language, ceremonies, banja, households, and familial relations. Bateson's field observations in Bali particularly focused on maternal responses to children's behavior, especially heightened emotional responses, that kind of thing. We call them in English tantrums. Batesson noticed that Balinese parents did not jump to pick up the child when it had a tantrum. I don't know whether it's the same now, but he noticed this then, that the parents just kind of ignored it. I mean, the child could be screaming away and they'd just sort of wave and wander along. And he theorized, I don't know whether it's true or not, but it's an interesting theory, but it's an example of his cybernetic way of thinking, that there was information carried in this response of the parent to the child, or non-response, and the child learned from the information. And in particular, he theorized this could explain why, in his experience, Balinese culture was less prone to competition, dominance, and submission than Western culture, because of a difference in the way parents respond to tantrums. I don't know whether it's true or not, but I do live among Balinese, and I do notice that occasionally a child is just let to scream, and eventually the child stops screaming, and everybody carries on. So I think it's still the case, actually. Next slide. Next slide. In the 1970s, during the Green Revolution, in which agricultural engineers introduced fast-growing hybrid seeds and artificial fertilizers and pesticides into much of Asia, agricultural engineers from Switzerland and Jakarta attempted to introduce the science-based Green Revolution to Bali. Known as the Bali Irrigation Project, the scientists told Balinese rice farmers to abandon centuries-old temple-governed collective rice growing and irrigation techniques. Each farmer was told to plant the new fast-growing hybrids 3 times a year and no longer to coordinate his plantings either with the Balinese calendar or his neighbors or the water temple priests. Next slide. Now, problems with the Bali irrigation project quite rapidly started to emerge when these new techniques were applied to the island of Bali. And they started to get pest plagues of different kinds, locusts, rats, different kinds of pest plagues. And they also started to get droughts popping up all over the island, which they had not had before. And together, these resulted in the Bali irrigation project producing a decline in rice production in Bali. Now, the Swiss engineers just didn't accept that this was a problem with their technology, and they offered new seeds which were resistant to the new pests that came along, and more drought resistant, and so on and so forth. They also introduced 50 new cement weirs, but for all of that, the pest plagues continued and the droughts continued. Next slide, please. The engineers who introduced the Green Revolution techniques knew nothing of the evolved ways in which the religion of Bali distributed the water on Bali, sustained cooperation between farmers, and so also controlled pests. They only knew that Bali had a magical rice cult, which they dismissed as anti-scientific superstition, and they forced the farmers by fines and regulation to abandon centuries-old traditions of seasonally related double cropping patterns and coordinated fallow periods, which actually are extremely important for pest control. If everybody floods their fields at the same time in a banja area, then the pests can't jump from one field to another, and they all die out. One of the main reasons for flooding the rice field between harvesting and planting is to kill the pests, right? But the Swiss engineers thought they knew better than a 1,000-year-old magical agricultural system. Next slide. Balinese farmers started to campaign for a return to the traditional system of water tempo control, planting and harvesting. This was dismissed as religious conservatism by the agricultural and development experts pushing the Green Revolution techniques. However, the Bali Department of Public Works commissioned Balinese academics to Udayana University in Denpasar. And yes, I went to Udayana University by mistake this morning on my motorbike because I had it in my presentation. And then I came here afterwards. It's not very far away. And they asked the academics to investigate the problem. And they wrote a report and they said that the problems were a result of the policy of continuous, uncoordinated rice planting. And they recommended further investigation of connections between the hierarchy of the Subak water temples and cropping patterns. In other words, they were saying, we think that actually the old method's probably better than the new one, and it didn't create the problems were created by you Swiss engineers. The Swiss engineers didn't like this report. They didn't respond to it. Then an anthropologist from the States called Stephen Lansing, who was doing field work in Bali at the time in the 1980s when they had all these problems with the Bali irrigation project, he wrote a report to the Asian Development Bank, which was funding this wonderful revolution here in Bali. And he said in the report, the rituals of the water temples were not a template for an outmoded cultivation system, but a system of ecological management with deep historical roots in Balinese culture. Agriculture was a social as well as a technical process, dependent on the hydraulic solidarity achieved by the temple system. Continuous rice cropping threatened both the ecology of the terraces and the social infrastructure of production. Next slide, please. My picture's missing, never mind. I've got a picture on my slide of the book. The book is called Priests and Programmers, that Stephen Lansing wrote from his research. It's a brilliant book, but I love the title, Priests, right? On the one hand, versus Computer Modelers, and the priests won. The substitution, Lansing said, of the high-tech and bureaucratic solution to Bali's rice-growing problems in the event proved counterproductive, and was the major factor behind the yield and cropped area decline experienced between 1982 and 1985. The cost of the lack of appreciation of the merits of the traditional regime has been high. Project experience highlights the fact that the irrigated rice terraces of Bali form a complex artificial ecosystem which has been recognized locally over centuries. The problem, though, as Lansing points out, is that the idea of religion playing an important role in agriculture was inconceivable to development planners. Now, it must be said that it isn't only scientists who are the problem here. It's also people who study religion scientifically, who for more than 200 years have been saying religion doesn't do anything except possibly change people's behavior. It doesn't influence invisible gods, demons, or magical forces. It doesn't influence nature. It only possibly influences human beings. And so most Western accounts of religion talk about religion in terms of human influence alone. And of course, the point is this completely misses the function of religion in Bali's agricultural system. Next slide, please. Yeah, here we are, we're up to date. These photographs are all taken by me. I do quite a lot of cross-country running in Bali's Sawah and come across some really wonderful water temples on my jog with my friends around Bali. Eventually, the Swiss engineers had to admit what they dismissed as a superstitious water cult of Bali was more effective in growing rice than their scientific techniques. They left behind, having abandoned the project, hybrid seeds, artificial fertilizers, and 15 new concrete weirs. But they gave up in their efforts to replace the water temples, and the priests took over again the control of Bali's Sawah. The failure of the Bali irrigation project and the triumph of the water temple Subak system demonstrates that what Western scientists and Jakarta bureaucrats dismissed as magic is a real energetic force field. It does not only comprise or influence religious and ethical relationships, as Protestant scientists would have it, and probably many Catholics too for that matter, but reaches beyond human consciousness and society to influence the more than human world. Next slide. We're nearly done. Now, Bateson's theory that sacred languages and ceremonies carry information which are crucial to human cultural life therefore needs expanding to include ecological systems. But how do languages and ceremonies do this? Until now, scientists had no answer to that question. But in the last 10 years, new discoveries have been made in the interaction between what physicists call quantum mechanics and biological organism. Now, by quantum mechanics, I refer to the discoveries of Albert Einstein, but even more so, Walter Heisenberg, and more recently, Niels Bohr and John Bell. And there are now many others, of course. It's a big field now. But the best known element of quantum mechanics to many people is the uncertainty principle, which Heisenberg discovered, that when you isolate particles, subatomic particles, with an electron microscope and you observe them, they respond to the act of observation, and they respond unpredictably. And this led to Heisenberg's famous uncertainty principle. It has been demonstrated, building upon quantum mechanics. Well, let me add one more thing. What Heisenberg also discovered was that in the quantum world, particles appear to communicate, to connect with each other across time and space in ways that they mirror their behavior, even though there's no apparent contact between them of any kind, even temporal, even spatial. And yet particles, there's now further evidence of this. A change of a chemical into a new crystal on one side of the planet results in that chemical changing into that same crystal on the other side of the planet. This is real time happening right now in very, very up-to-date science. And we call this quantum entanglement. There is, in other words, Einstein didn't like this. He said it was spooky, and he said there must be some other explanation than the explanation that the quantum mechanists were coming up with. But eventually it's been proven that these spooky interactions actually happen across time and space, and there's no Newtonian way of accounting for them. Now, the field of quantum mechanics is now moving into biology, which of course brings us to agriculture. And it's been demonstrated, for example, that birds migrate through chemical responses in their brains to magnetic fields which encircle the Earth, and that the human sense of smell is a result of chemical changes in the nose and brain, which are mechanical responses to the vibrations that smells set up when they emit their smells. So we don't even, what is smell? Smell is measurable at the quantum level as vibration, rather like the string of a musical instrument. And so the noses are actually responding to vibrations when it's picking up smells. This is another quantum, and the last slide, please. This is another example of quantum mechanics. So then, in summary, interactions between particles across time and space that were dubbed spooky by Albert Einstein, but have been demonstrated by John Bell and others to be real, are not only interactions in the minds of observers, as old religious studies scholars would have said. If the ceremony in the temple influences the farmer, it's solely in the mind of the farmer. There's nothing more going on there. But actually, such mysterious interactions are now known to occur in the atomic and subatomic world, and we call them quantum entanglement. And so it's reasonable to suppose that evolved interactions over more than 1,000 years between Balinese temples, calendars, ceremonies, and rice-growing practices do not just involve informational exchange like in a bit of software code, as Bateson's cybernetic theory suggests, They may also involve spooky, magical, quantum entanglements in which farmers, rice plants, watercourses, Gunung Agung, the larger energy fields, including magnetic, which constitute this unique island of Bali, are involved in the exceptionally productive and at the very same time very beautiful Subak system of Bali. Thanks very much for listening. I've written a book about all this stuff, and it's called God and Gaia. Actually, the subtitle's wrong in the slide. It's Science, Religion and Ethics on a Living Planet. And on the right there is James Lovelock, who made some analogous observations about biology to the ones I've just unfolded. But quantum entanglement wasn't really around in the days when he came up with the Gaia theory, but I think there's a lot of interaction, and I showed that in the book. Thank you very much for accommodating me in this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Northcott. I think this is also as a magic power, because we have already also invited 3 scholars from different worlds, from Europe, United States, America, and from Asia. So if you have 1 or 2 comment, okay, I give you a chance for this. Professor Robert, would you like to give some comment? Okay, Diki Sofyan, what do you think about our 3 speakers? Okay, thank you. Yeah, Diki Sofyan.
Thank you very much, Professor Ardana. I'd just like to say, wow, I think the 3 speakers have provided their insights and views and perspective on all things magical today. I understand that this is a theme of ICISS which is very difficult, which is very sort of out there, outlandish and all, but I think at least the 3 of you have successfully sort of provided your insights and views about how magic and mysticism are entangled, in the words of Professor Michael Northcott, in our daily lives. And in the case of Northcott, of course, this relates directly to the agricultural system, which we can find here in Bali with the Subak system, irrigation system, and the rituals, festivities, and so on and so forth. Yeah. But it's also interesting to link this idea about the language of China being a predominant civilization in the world, since thousands of years ago, and now we're seeing China rising and perhaps even sort of giving this sort of mystic force that China is sort of controlling and about to dominate the world. But I think we need to go back, as Professor Woodward had suggested, that we need to discipline ourselves in terms of how we understand and come to terms with many of these very difficult social science and humanities categories, which I don't think anyone has the sort of right and monopoly over the right kind of definition about sacred language, magic, and mysticism. So thank you very much for all of the 3 speakers.
Okay, maybe just one from Sindhu, just short comment, okay.
Okay, thank you very much for opportunity given to me. Okay, first I would like to address my comment or question to Professor Northcott. Since last time I read the study of Batesson and Mead, which is entitled Balinese Character, and then it has been criticized by Professor Suryani in the book Balinese People. It has been a very valuable findings in there. And then The Paradise of Bali, written by Kofarubias as well, I read it. From the 2 books or 3 books, the picture of Bali is very remarkable, like a paradise instead. As you said before, that the system are very holistic, from the rice field culture into the language and then the religion itself. So today, as the generation of Bali, I think that the realm of Bali has changed very much, so that we are in the industrial era, the technological disruption, and then how can we say that in the future, is it possible to return the Balinese culture, including the language and then the subak system, and into the holistic system as you have been figurized doing?
Okay, thank you. I really got it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I fully honor what you say. From my perspective, the idea that tourism is going to come back to what it was before is a problem, not a solution. I mean, what is that an answer to? Destroying Bali. We don't need 120, 150% of the numbers of tourists coming here that we had before the pandemic. 60%, whatever we are at the moment, maybe 40%. This is almost sustainable. But 150, if you look at the Regency's proposal for tourism in Bali, they envisage an exponential increase. There won't be any rice terraces left if it goes on like that. So I fully agree with you. The other point I would make is that we're being told that we don't need agriculture anymore. We can grow it all in city high-rise blocks with hydroponics and robots. We don't need farmers in fields. I have lived here in Bali for 3 years, and I see people who are 80 years old, 85 years old, going out to the rice fields every morning, all the way through the pandemic, not wearing a mask, not afraid of anything, just living their normal life. When people in my country, in residential care homes of the same age, died en masse during the pandemic. Many of them were injected with sedatives to calm them down because they were afraid of COVID and they couldn't see their relatives for more than 12 months. And those sedatives carried them away. So I've ended up with a deep admiration for Balinese culture. But there is really an issue in this island. I mean, I mainly run north of the jungle line. So the jungle is still there, north of Ubud, and the rice terraces in between, and the temples. But the nearer you get to Denpasar, the more the fourth industrial revolution looks like it's rearing its ugly head. And I've chosen to live in North Ubud to get away from the fourth industrial revolution. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So, give applause for our three of our outstanding scholars, Professor Mark Woodward, Professor Tao, and Professor Northcott. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Professor Ketut Ardana, to lead the keynote speech, and thank you for our keynote. And I kindly invite Bapak Prof. Ketut Ardana and keynote speaker, Bapak Rektor, and all our speakers today to take a picture. So please welcome to the stage. Iya, semua pembicara. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed the next program, let's take a coffee break session around 10 minutes. And We will go back in this room again for prepare plenary session. Thank you. Selamat siang Bapak Ibu. Bapak Ibu peserta yang masih ada di luar ruangan ini, kami mohon untuk memasuki ruangan ini karena acara akan dilanjutkan kembali. Sekali lagi kepada Bapak Ibu yang masih ada di luar ruangan ini, kami mohon untuk segera memasuki ruangan karena acara akan segera dilanjutkan. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the next agenda, that is plenary session, in which will presented by the speakers and lead by Professor Yekti Maunati MA and Dr. Diki Sofyan PhD as a discussion. So please welcome to the stage Prof. Yekti Maunati.
Okay, so I would like to invite the speaker, Professor Nestor Castro, please come here, and Ibu Dr. Diana Butler, and Professor Robert, please come here, and another one, Professor. Yeah, I have to read it. Professor Imade Sandra, please come here, and Dr. Diki Sofyan as a discussion. So we actually have five speakers. Pak Hakam, but Pak Hakam will be the last one because he will use the online. So, so I will arrange for the first one. It's Professor Nestor Castro, and then Ibu Diana Butler, and Bapak Seda, ya, Pak Made, Professor Made Sendra, and then Professor Robert, the last one, and the last one will be Hakam Gulerce. Yeah. So okay. So Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. So we'll okay. So I think we will have five speakers. So each speaker, because we actually lack of time, so each speaker I think 10 to 15 minutes, sorry, to make it shorter because of the, yeah, it's always like that. Yeah, so I will invite Professor Nestor Castro, and Professor Nestor Castro from the University of the Philippines, UP, and sorry, where is it? The title. Oh, the title is Sacred Language and Mysticism among the Eskaya of the Philippines. So 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you, Prof. Castro.
Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum. Assalam. Salamat pagi. Good morning to everyone. So, could you please, okay, my PowerPoint is there. So, my topic today will be basically a demonstration of sacred language and mysticism among one of the ethnic groups in Central Philippines known as the Eskaya. Next slide, please. So the objectives of my presentation are as follows. First, to discuss who the Eskaya people are and describe their culture. Second, to understand what makes the Eskaya a distinct people different from the other people of Bohol Island, where they live. And third, to investigate why the Eskaya people have their own language and script. Next slide, please. So here is the setting. This is the map of the Philippines, and in red is Bohol Island in the region known as the Visayas. And a bigger map would show the island of Bohol, and the green part is the southeastern part of the island, which the Eskaya people consider as their ancestral domain or traditional territory. Next slide, please. So the Eskaya, so-called Eskaya ancestral domain, covers 3,273 hectares of land in upland southeastern Bohol, and it covers 4 villages: Lundag, Cantaub, Taytay, and Biabas. And in 1996, they officially received a certificate from government known as CADC, or a Certificate of Ancestral Domain Claim. It is not a title, but it proves that among the different people in the area, they have prior rights in claiming the land as theirs. Next slide, please. So this are picture of the Eskaya people based on my visit in my field work in one town in Bohol, in Duero in 2018, before the pandemic. So I'm the one in blue shirt. I'm still thinner then. But because of the pandemic, I have grown bigger. You will see no difference in terms of phenotypic appearance, what you wear. It's all the same as most Filipinos. Next slide, please. Now, here is the Eskaya population. As of 2018, there are 837 households in these 4 villages. However, supposedly there are Eskaya people living in other towns of Bohol, but they are not the dominant group here. The majority of the people of Bohol province call themselves Boholano and speak a dialect of the Cebuano language. Next slide, please. I'll talk about Eskaya language later on. In terms of religion, the Eskaya people affiliate with the Iglesia Filipina Independiente, or the Philippine Independent Church, which split from Roman Catholicism during the Philippine Revolution against Spain in 1896. So the dogma is still Roman Catholic, but not affiliated with the Vatican. It has aligned more with the Anglican Church than Vatican. However, the religious practices of the Eskaya has incorporated many shamanistic practices which are not recognized by the hierarchy of the Philippine Independent Church. In these pictures, you will see them wearing white during religious ceremonies, and men separate from the women. Next slide, please. So what about their language, and why do we consider them a sacred language. The Eskaya people speak Boholano as their mother tongue, similar with all the rest of the people of Bohol Island. This is the same language as the dominant Boholano. However, the Eskaya claim that they are in their language, quote unquote, is indigenous, which they call Eskayan in English or Ineskaya in Filipino, also called Bisaya Declarado. So these are synonymous terms. But on a day-to-day basis, they speak Boholano. They only use Eskaya during religious practices. Linguists, however, believe that Eskaya language is an artificial language, probably invented only during the early 20th century. Eskaya may thus be considered as a secret language used by the Eskaya to be able to assert their own identity different from the rest of the Boholanos. Next slide, please. Just a comparison of Eskaya with Boholano and with Tagalog, which is the national language. So it is very different. It doesn't even look Austronesian because it is not disyllabic. It consists of monosyllables. Next slide, please. And they have their own writing, which they also call the Eskaya Script. The picture on the left actually is from the picture that I showed to you, but above us is a script in Eskaya saying this is an Eskaya school in Taytay, Duero, Bohol. And they have 46 letters of the Eskaya alphabet, which is based on body movements. So if it's A, if it's B, if it's C, based on that, they have their alphabet. Next slide, please. So linguists believe that the Eskaya script is a constructed script. The script was allegedly introduced by the mythical figure Pinay in 500 AD, they claim. However, most linguists believe it was only invented by Mariano Datahan, the founder of the Eskaya community, sometime in 1920 to 1937. There are approximately 550 people who use that script. And so the number of Eskaya households will be bigger than the number of individuals who know the script. So even the Eskaya, majority of them don't know the script. Aside from the 46 characters in the alphabet, there are 1,065 characters of the Eskaya syllabary. But many of these characters are of no use in their own language. So it's documented, but no such words using that script. So next slide, please. So the founder of the Eskaya community is Mariano Datahan, who was born in 1845 and lived until 1949. The picture on the right shows his name written in Eskaya script, and it says there, not Mariano Datahan, but Mariano Sumatra, because they claim that they came from Sumatra. Okay. Now, the Eskaya kept 5 volumes of books written in Eskaya script, which was allegedly written by Pinay and found in a cave. However, these are not available to scholars because the Eskaya will say they are sacred books, and only the Eskaya people have the right to look at them. So unfortunately, I was not able to examine its authenticity. Next slide, please. Here is a pictograph of their origin myth, where the Eskaya came from. And interestingly, it starts with evolution, from a germ to an animal to human beings. Next slide, please. Now, this is interesting. According to their book, the ancestors of the Eskaya were Pinay and Serol, who came from a tribe in Epeso. This is Ephesus. In Israel, they said, but we know Ephesus is now in modern Turkey. They came to Bohol in 500 AD, riding two mythical animals that traveled by sea, a female mythical animal and a male animal. They came into contact with cavemen who were already living in that area. And the two, Pinay and Serol, introduced Visayan culture to the area and introduced the script. Now, in 677 AD comes another tribe, Datu Dangko and his wife Lumira and their 12 children, who allegedly came from Mansilis in Sumatra. I don't know if there is a Mansilis in Sumatra, in Malaysia. So they believe Sumatra is in Malaysia. And then they moved to Bohol, and there was an intermarriage between this lost tribe of Israel and this lost tribe of Sumatra, and produced the Eskaya people. This is what is told in their books and what is believed by members of the Eskaya community. Now, there were several documentations made by linguists, and one linguist, Dr. Constantino of the University of the Philippines, said it might be an artificial language invented by one person or a group of persons, like disguised speech when you don't want people to know what you are saying. Actually, you are using your own native language with some distortions and additions. Another investigation, this next slide please, is quite long, now done by the National Museum, and it says the Eskaya is not an ethnic group but a religious cult, pretending to be an ethnic group. And this is where the debate is. Are they a distinct ethnic group, or are they a religious cult? Now, the reason why they say it's a cult, because the language which they speak on a day-to-day basis is the same as Boholano. Their script, which they claim to have come from the Etruscans, is not at all related to Etruscan script. Next slide, please. So, why do I consider it a sacred language? So basically, it's a sacred language. Eskayan is a secret language understandable only to the members of the Eskaya community. The use of that language and script reinforces the belief among the Eskaya that they are one of the lost tribes of Israel and that Pinay is their mythical founder. The religious teachings of Mariano Datahan continue to be passed on to the younger generation of Eskayans through the language and script, as well as other belief systems such as the use of amulets, a belief in supernatural powers, which is all part of their religion, as well as embodied in their language and script. Next slide, please. So basically, I come to the conclusion, which is the Eskaya an indigenous group? Is it an ethnic minority? Or is it a religious cult? The Eskaya themselves believe that they are not indigenous to Bohol because they allegedly came from Israel, and therefore they may be considered migrants. However, in the Philippines, we have an Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act, which recognizes the rights of indigenous people. And if you are indigenous, therefore you have the right to land and territory. And because of that, the Eskaya applied for ancestral domain. We are indigenous, we are even first than the other Boholanos. So, and the government agreed in providing an ancestral domain claim. Word of caution, it is not equivalent to an ancestral domain title. It just means, yes, they were the first one to claim that land, but it has not been fully validated by government to earn a title. They are no different from the Boholano in terms of mother tongue and way of life. Aside from, of course, religious practices, they are only different basically through the use of their constructed spoken and written language. Now, the problem is some anthropologists and linguists dismiss the Eskaya as a fake, a cult. And if so, they have no rights whatsoever, which is another problem. So you're in between. Do you recognize them as authentic, or do you dismiss them and therefore, you don't have any right to the land? That is not yours. So my position is, it is an ethnic minority group in the Philippines. And ethnicity is not only based on the language used by the people. Although in many instances, the language, the mother tongue, is the identity marker. If you speak Balinese, then you're Balinese. If you speak Javanese, then you're Javanese. But there are other factors influencing ethnic identity, including territory, including material culture, and including religion. In the Philippines, we have Muslim groups in southern Philippines, generically called Bangsamoro, where Islam is the having identity factor because they are different from the rest of Roman Catholic Filipinos. So having a different religion, such as the Eskaya, does not exclude them from being an ethnic group in my position to this question. But the question of indigeneity may be questionable. So next slide, please. Let me end there. Thank you very much. And the comments and questions will be during the open forum. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Professor Castro. Very interesting. Yeah. But because of the time, so now I would like to invite for the second. Oh yeah, sorry. No, I would like to invite for the second speaker, Dr. Diana Butler from Bali, of course, and she will talk about a cultural studies view of sacred language and mysticism in Bali. So the time is yours, maybe 10 minutes if possible. Okay, thank you. So you will.
Test. Ibu Wiwin. Silakan Maju. I'm inviting a friend to come and join me this morning. I'm going to take my shoes off. Excuse me. Okay, that's good. You can see me okay? Pardon, I'm going to use the mask because I'm going to visit my 92-year-old mother. Saya akan kunjungi ibunya yang usia 92. So I have to ikut the protocol sejauh mungkin because it's already 3 years. I didn't see my mom. So terima kasih sekali. Mohon maaf. Prof. Ardana. All my friends from Lipi, Bryn, from China, from America, from Philippines, from Turkey online, Pakhakan, wherever you are, from Belanda, campur dengan Canada, tinggal lama di Jerman, from Irlandia, from berbagai daerah Indonesia. My name is Diana Butler. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum. Namo Buddhaya. Salam sejahtera semuanya. Thank you, Bu Wiwin. So I always feel Prof. Ardana gives me homework. And also I have difficulty speaking English with Indonesians. So if I go back and forth, please pardon me, because I'm a lecturer in Kajian Budaya at Universitas Udayana, program studi doctor. Saya juga lulusan dari sana. I'm the first foreign person to receive the PhD from Universitas Udayana, Kajian Budaya. And I did that because I wanted to study with Indonesian, not about. So I'm not an expert. I am what you could call a dialoguer. Orang yang suka berdialog. And also, I'm an artist. I am what you could call an older dancer. Because now I'm 62, but I still move. And so my language, my first language, is my physical language, not my oral language. And today I want to speak a little bit from that perspective. That's why I'm sitting on, you could say, the floor or the earth, meskipun the bumi is 3 lantai ke bawah. So the topic will be very brief, just to open the window. A cultural studies view of sacred language and mysticism in Bali. And I decided to lift up a piece of literature that I have always found to be very touching, yang menyentuhkan hati saya, dari Bali, yang diberikan kepada saya oleh Prof. Almarhum Prof. I Ngurah Bagus, I Gusti Ngurah Bagus. It was a book that Prof. Bagus brought to a program, and it was written by a East Balinese poet, a woman who was born in 1909. And it was a little book, and it was a photocopy. So I'm going to share a little bit from that. But first, let me say a few words about the idea of linguistic vitality, the problem of how language can stay alive. Next slide. So the idea of linguistic vitality, it's very important. It's one of the measurements of cultural diversity and also biocultural diversity on the planet. So what it means is when we have linguistic diversity, vital linguistic diversity, we have a healthy planet. When we lose linguistic diversity, including sacred languages, we lose a healthy planet. And there are also scientists, biologists, and linguistic specialists who have written big reports about that. Anybody who needs the data to prove that, I'm happy to share it. All the way to the United Nations about biocultural diversity and how linguistic diversity is a part of that. It's so important that in the UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage Convention, it's one of 5 of the main basic elements. Oral traditions, tradisi lisan, and expressions as language, as a wahana, a vehicle of intangible cultural heritage. Dalam satu sisi, language can be explanatory, memberi penjelasan, but in another way, it's actually the wahana, the carrier of culture itself, the swara sendiri. It's a long topic. You can look at the aksara, Jawa and Bali, and learn much about the way of life and the way of being from the swara sendiri, not the makna or the arti yang ditunjukkan, not the meaning that is pointed to, but the sound itself. The swaranya sendiri, punya makna sendiri. This is different from the Latin languages, which are more explanatory, point to something. But here, aksara in itself is not a symbol of something, it is the thing itself. Now I sound like somebody smart. So, from my perspective, a kajian budaya approach is different from a cultural studies approach. Mahasiswa S2 kajian budaya over here, many young women, hello. One of the main things is the idea of reflexivitas. Biasanya swa-reflective, self-reflective. How each person can reflect about your own culture. I know it's very popular now about post-colonial, but I'm more in the positive sense of, okay, lots of people dari luar talked about Indonesia, talked about Southeast Asia, talked about Zoetmüller, Goetz, they all talked about blah, blah, blah. And now, bagaimana orang Indonesia sendiri mencerminkan, reflect yourself, how you can see yourself, but not closed, Swa-reflective is also, I can see myself, but I can see the other. So, of course, I'm Western. I use English in my mother tongue. But I can receive the sound of Wiwin Nanti. And it still has, yes, it can still touch me, even I didn't understand the word. And same, she can feel, how am I? So what happens when Orang Barat, a Western person, comes to Indonesia? I'm here, I'm not there. My posisi is di sini, bukan dari luar, tapi orang dari luar. And this has to do with another kind of language, an experiential language. And this is important in linguistic vitality. An experiential language, berdasarkan pengalaman, the tubuh and the indra, the senses. So, in 1989, maybe we can go to the next slide, Prof. Bagus and several colleagues did a beautiful thing. Mereka meneliti karya sastra yantra that were written by Anak Agung, Istri Biang Agung. Oh, this is the old slide. This is the old PowerPoint. Can we switch to the new PowerPoint? You know how I know? Wrong birth date. Can you remove this and go to the newer PowerPoint? And I'll keep talking. Good. Who was born in 1909 in East Bali, near Amlapura. Around 5 more minutes. Okay. And beliau, she was from Budaya Puri. So, yes, she came from a higher caste, but she didn't have an easy life, I'm sure. You can feel it when you look at the little book. Something in her poetry, there's a kind of suffering, because manusia memang, we have difficulties in life. But there's something about her way of cooking that through aksara. She used the stroke of the aksara, the lettering, and then she created yantra, which are a meditative platform. It's the idea that you can look at the gambar, and from that can bring you closer to God. Because human beings need a reference. Kita butuhkan referensi. Otherwise, we're just lost in space. So one of the topics that Prof. Bagus talked about in 2003 was about the beauty of women in prayerfulness for giving peace and beauty to the earth. And I asked him to talk about that at Sawantika, which is the great, you could say, interfaith or interreligious site of Bali, or maybe even of Indonesia. Has a kaitan dengan Kediri. And then I thought, okay, let's invite the Karya Shastra Yantra to Unhi, because maybe waking up that sense of the female, creative, working with sacred language in a poetic form could be something useful to stimulate linguistic vitality and creativity untuk masa depan. She was brave. She broke the paradigm, you could say, of writing only on the lontar like this. She put it in many, many different gambar. So I'm going to ask Wee Ween to read just one small pupu, to sing it, actually, so we can hear the sound of sacred language. And then she would say it in Indonesian. I will say it in English. It will take about 1 minute. It will take about 1 minute. It's 2 phrases. And then I will close, just so we have the sound of the Shatra Yantra. May I ask if people are chattering, if we can just pause for a moment chattering? Omong-omong dimatikan sebentar, tidak hanya HP. Do you want a bigger sheet? Here, this is, if you want to see it like this. Oh. Is this better, or you like small? Okay. There you go.
Ginantia Rikambang Arong Gino Siteng Padama Saringi Gianeng Ganing Kumbang Tambang Gianalari Rebuk Mingeng Gianawe Puspa Suganda Gining arang ang daragi Dinumas kami ngeripta kidong Dina ratri istieng Diana amri mana diungwangan kasidan dadi sumaper maribuk padeng di padan ingi ada sang ngardi diganti dengan bunga harum, disebut padmasari, dikerumuni kumbang, ditebari serbuk sari harum, dibuat bunga harum, sungguh menggugah asmara, diberi kekuatan gaib dalam mencipta syair, siang malam direnungkan, terbayang-bayang dalam pikiran, bila terpenuhi, menjadi alas melekat pada duli kaki, di kaki sang pencipta.
Mohon maju the gambar supaya mereka bisa lihat the majar, and then I'll stop.
Ibu, sorry.
Just the picture. Maju, the picture. Maju, slide.
Ibu, sorry, Bu.
Okay.
Time is only you have 25 minutes already.
Oh, okay. Next slide. There you go. This is the buku. Terima kasih sekali. Mohon maaf atas kekurangannya. Terima kasih.
Thank you. Sorry, I have to cut because it's because we still have 3 presenters. And not 10 minutes, but 25 minutes for you.
Thank you very much, the distinguished guest, Prof. Dr. Swarda Ardana, as I was and then also the invited and audience, thank you very much. You have still here, and let to stand up here, and while I will explain just 10 minutes, my PPT. Okay, please, my PPT. I am the Chinese Indonesian Director of TCI, Confucius Institute, Diana University, and my theme is how to explore the cultural acculturation between Bali and China, especially coin, the Chinese coin as the tourist attraction in Bali, since Chinese, the next please, this is the red is the Chinese tourists, and to become the number one, from 2017 until 2019, so that this is a huge market for Bali, but the stakeholder in Bali, since Bali was based on cultural tourism, but stakeholder in Bali do not use the cultural acculturation between Bali and China as a potential for tourism attraction. Okay, the next please. From the historical perspective that Bali and China, you know that the Silk Road, that Bali and China from 7th and 8th century has a correlation due to the trade, and then and then the first contact between Bali and China was through the discovery of bronze mirror yeah, at the archaeological site at Panggung Paruk. Also, intangible, we have also intangible heritage in Bali that you call folklore, yeah, mentioned the ancient Balinese Bali, King Sri Aji Jaya Pangus, yeah, in the 12th century, was mixed married with the Chinese daughter that the name in Kang Chingwi. And until now, the symbol of the intermarriage between Balinese king and the doctor from China that we call Pura Balingkang, yeah, in Pingan village, yeah, in Kintamani. Okay, next please. Yeah, after the king of Gajah Mada, yeah, 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 the king of Gajah Mada, as appointed to be the minister of Majapahit, yeah, kingdom, he had conquered Bali in 1343, and since that time, the Majapahit kingdom have used Chinese coin as the tool of transaction in Nusantara archipelago, including Bali as the colonies of king of Gajah Mada, yeah, or Majapahit kingdom. Okay, next please. Yeah, I would like to use the concept or theory from Gizi Aswad, yeah, the commodification of the past or the communication of history, yeah. This is based on the emic interpretation, and the second is ethic interpretation to explain extrinsic value, yeah, in Chinese coin from touristic perspective. And next please. Okay, what is the intrinsic value of the Chinese coin, yeah, from the perspective of Bali Hindu religion? Yeah, as well as I said that in China, now the Chinese coin to become the dead monument, but in Bali we still conserve, yeah, Chinese coin as the living monument. Since the Chinese coin still used, yeah, as the artifact of Hindu religion. For example, in Kawangan, this is one of the important when we have to pray of the God or our ancestor. We always, yeah, include the use of Chinese coin. The question is why the Hindu religion have to use the coin? What is the sacred language in the coin, and what is the magic and the mysticism at the coin? Yeah, since Chinese coin have as a script, yeah, that we call Hanyu, yeah, in Chinese language, Hanyu, and this is the Kawangan, yeah, that used as one of the artifacts of Balinese Hindu religion when they will make offering ceremony in the temple or family temple. Okay, next please. Yeah, and also, yeah, the use of Chinese coin is very important material, yeah, that when we establish the new family temple or when we establish the new temple, we have to use the Chinese coin, yeah, to provide the magical power or spiritual power. And so Bali called Taksu Bali. Yeah, Taksu Bali is part from my mind as the Balinese people, yeah, Taksu Bali. And Chinese coin is part as the symbol of Taksu Bali, yeah, Taksu Bali. Yeah, so that when, yeah, the Balinese family, yeah, established the new family temple, we use Chinese coin since we believe in that Chinese coin has magical power, spiritual power for holy building, so that our ancestor and the God would like dwell in such a place. Yeah. Okay, next please. Yeah, this is the Chinese coin, yeah. The material of Chinese coin is made of 5 elements, yeah, 5 elements of metal that in Balinese Hindu language that we call Panchadhatu, yeah, which became a symbol of the 5 deities, yeah, 5 gods, yeah, 5 deities who are residing, yeah, in the cardinal direction. And also the symbol by the essential color of Chinese coin, which made of the blend of 5 metal. For example, the yellow color, yeah, this is the yellow color as the symbol of the god of Mahadeva. Yeah, the yellow color is coming from breast, yeah. And the second, the red color. The red color is the symbol of Brahma in the south. And the red color is made of copper, yeah, coppers as the metal of the Chinese coin. And the black color is of iron, yeah, as a symbol of the god of Vishnu. Yeah, this is in the north. And the white color, yeah, the white color is coming from silver as a symbol of the god of Iswara. This is the sacred language, yeah. And Balinese people, Hindu religion, are still concept and believe in this, the 5 metal, yeah, to produce the Chinese coin. And not only from the 5 metal, but also there is a script, a hanyu, that are written in the Chinese coin. Okay, what is the meaning, yeah, of the script of the Chinese coin? Okay, next please. Yeah, this is the written, yeah, the script on the Chinese coin. For example, typing, it means peace. So that in Bali, we have the name of the village Ping-an. Ping-an in Balinese language. But in Chinese language, Ping-an. Ping-an, it means peace and prosperity. Yeah, it is one of the name of the place. And then on the Chinese coin also, Sitao, yeah, means happiness. Xiangping means tranquility and harmony. Yeah, this is the sacred language. And Qingde, it means generosity. Tianxi means luck. Mingtao means the fate of light. Jingyo, it means the salvation. Heze means harmony and peace. Sening means calmness. Seding means goodness. Sita, meaningful desire will be accomplished. Hongwu means the glory. Yanglo means happy forever. And the Hindu Balinese people do not know what is the meaning, what is the function, why we have to use the Chinese language, the Chinese coin. But based on our research, that this is when the Balinese people use, yeah, this Chinese coin, even though this is the sacred language, yeah, but since this sacred language have a good meaning, it means that when the Balinese people use this Chinese coin as the artifact of the Hindu religion, it means the Balinese people hope that the God and their ancestor will give blessing, yeah, based on the meaning of the Chinese coin. Yeah. Okay, lanjut. Next, please. Yeah, this is the extrinsic value. The extrinsic value of Chinese coin based on tourism perspective. Okay, what is the intrinsic value? When we will use the Chinese coin as the tourism attraction in Bali, that the storynomic that we will create, yeah, have to create 3 attachment. The first is place attachment. Why place attachment? Since in Bali, in some tourism village, for example, in Carangsari village, yeah, in Carangsari village, we have a Chinese community, yeah, Chinese community, and the Chinese community until now, yeah, not only they are believe in their own religion that coming from their ancestor from the Minnan, yeah, in the Fujian province, and also they are believe in Hindu religion, but still now this they still use the Chinese coin as the part of the important, yeah, artifact on Hindu religion. Okay, the next please. Yeah, the emotional attachment. Yeah, the emotional attachment. When we would like to create, yeah, the storynomic of the Chinese coin, we have to create the emotional attachment by utilizing of Chinese coin as cultural artifact, also still sustained in some tourism village in Bali, Chinese community, such as Carangsari village in Petang Badung Regency. Based on the historical resources, the Chinese community in Charangsari village is coming from the Minnan. Minnan, Min is mean a tribe. Nan is mean the south. Yeah, so, Minnan tribe at Fujian. Yeah, and Hokkien province in South China. They live in the village of Charangsari, placed by the king of Charangsari around the castle for the economic growth and the kingdom in the 19th century. They uphold the ancient Chinese proverb, Ru Xiang Sui Si. It means when entering an area, you must follow the local custom. In Indonesian language, di mana kaki berpijak, di sana langit dijunjung. So that wherever the Chinese in Bali, it's different with in Java. They always to create the acculturation between the local culture and their own culture. Okay, lanjut. Accordingly, the Chinese community at Charangsari village is not only concept their tradition and custom. For example, the Chunjie. Chunjie is mean the spring festival on February. Qingbing or Qingbeng, this is the Hokkien language, is an annual ritual to pray and visit grave according to the Confucianism philosophy. But also they built Hindu religion family temple and participate in the celebrating of Hindu holiday. They use Chinese coin as a mean of Hindu and Buddhism and Confucian ceremonies. They come from various clans such as, this is the name of the Chinese family. This come from clan of Cho, Chua, Ho, Li, Lim, Ong, Se, Te, Cha, Cho, and Choa. The surname denote emotional attachment, emotional attachment and social bond, the ancestral land in Fujian with the land when they are living now at Charangsari village. That is my research. Okay, lanjut. Yeah, this is my conclusion is since Bali and China has cultural acculturation, intangible heritage and intangible heritage, and Chinese guests to become #1 before COVID coming to Bali, and I suggest, make suggestion that the stakeholder, tourism stakeholder in Bali, if they would like to create Bali as the culture tourism, and they can take good advantage from the cultural acculturation between Bali and China. Thank you very much.
Hello? It's working now? Okay, I think so. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Shendra. So now we'll continue with Professor Robert Sindenbaus. Hopefully it's not a mistake. And from München, Germany. So you have also only 10 minutes?
10 minutes. I prepared 20.
Oh, no, not 20.
I'll try to speed it up.
Okay, thank you.
So, Om Swastiastu. Assalamu alaikum. Dulu saya mau minta maaf. Di konferensi ini saya ditambahkan di menit terakhir. Itu karena saya tidak mempersiapkan presentasi digital. Saya hanya bicara dan saya meneruskan pidana ini dalam bahasa Inggris. First of all, for those who were not here 2 days ago, I will introduce myself a little bit, and that will give you an idea of what my perspective is on Hinduism in Bali, and why I've chosen to speak on this topic, to which I will come in a moment. I am a professor of Indology at the University of Munich in Germany, which means that I teach Indian languages, Sanskrita, modern languages, But especially I focus on Indian philosophy and religion. So you can understand that when I come to Indonesia, Bali is the island that is most interesting for me personally, and also professionally. And my mother said, at last you are doing the right thing. My mother is from Indonesia. I would like to speak with you a little bit about the concept of Hinduism. And this is inspired by a conversation I had recently with a student at this university. And she was not a beginner, she was a very advanced student. And she told about a project she wanted to do involving a comparison of Balinese Hinduism and Indian Hinduism. Now, there's nothing fundamentally wrong with comparing systems of religious thought and practice, but I have great difficulties with the concept of Indian Hinduism. And I want to speak a bit about that because it also has consequences for how we view and understand Hinduism in Indonesia and in Bali. The term Hinduism, and Professor Woodward already touched upon that in his talk, is a non-indigenous, it's a non-Indian concept. It was introduced by conquerors from outside, first of all from Muslims who came from what is today Afghanistan, who spoke about the people living on the other side of the Indus River, which is called the Sindhu in Sanskrit and the Hindu River in Persian, as Hindus. So people on the other side of the Hindu River, they were also Hindu and they lived in Hindustan. It was a purely geographical concept. When later the British became the successors of the Mughals of Delhi, the British adopted many institutions and also terminology from their predecessors, the Mughals, including the term Hindu, for everyone who was not recognizably Muslim or Christian. And if you're coming from outside, if you're coming from Europe and you look at India very superficially, you will see that the majority of people, they have houses of worship, they're called temples. In the temples there are images of the divine, there are priests, and these priests do more or less the same everywhere, so it must be one religion. And what the Hindus do and believe, so the British said, must be Hinduism. Early British scholars in the city of Calcutta, which was the British capital in India, they inquired with knowledgeable people. They wanted to find out more about Hinduism. So what do? You ask the people living there, who is a learned person, with whom can we speak? And the British were brought into contact with traditional scholars, with what here in Indonesia we call pedanda. And these pedanda, they explained their religious views. And the British, quite naively, took for granted everything that these Bengali panditas told them, because they were the experts, so it must be true. What the British did not understand, however, was that what they heard from these local scholars was not only religion that was very locally based, it was very Bengali, but it was also a particular school of religious thought in Bengal. And the British naively assumed that what they heard was Hinduism in general, and that religion all across India would be the same. It took quite some time for scholars far away in Europe to realize that this was wrong. And a strangely long time, in fact. And one of my teachers of Sanskrit, famous Jan Honda, he's famous in Indonesia because of his book, Sanskrit in Indonesia. He delivered a series of lectures in at a university in England, I forgot which one, in 1969. So that is only 53 years ago. These lectures were published under the title Vishnuism and Shivaism. And in one of his lectures, he compares these two systems of religion, and he says, Vishnuism on the one hand and Shivaism on the other are so very different. I cannot understand how anyone can think of all this as one religion called Hinduism. And indeed, there are very important differences in ideas about God, about what we are, what is a human being, the relationship between humans and God, between humans among themselves, and very many serious differences. So Honda said, this is not one religion, it is at least two. 20 years after that, in 1889, the analysis of Honda was taken up by a German scholar, Heinrich von Stetenkron, who published an important article titled Hinduism on the Proper Use of a Deceptive Term. Stetenkron added more data, more information from his own research to what Honda had already published. And Stetenkron says, Hinduism is not one religion. We can speak about Hinduism, but only as a blanket term for several religions that are very similar to each other, which have borrowed many things from each other, philosophical ideas, mythological material, religious practices, architecture, aesthetics, literally everything. And you can imagine that if we have a number of religions existing together in a limited space, India, large but limited, for thousands of years, and for thousands of years, these various groups of people borrow from each other, that in the course of time, all these religions become more and more similar to each other. And this is exactly what happened without the religions really becoming one. So Stetenkron argues that, yes, we can speak about Hinduism, but in the same way that we can speak about, for instance, the Abrahamic religions. Christianity and Islam are different religions, but they have common historical roots, they have many common ideas. So there is quite some similarity between Christianity and Islam, but they are not the same. And we have a similar situation within Hinduism in India. Of course, this is also, to some extent, a matter of debate, of exact definitions. I always found it very interesting that in Indonesia there is a distinction made between Catholic and Christian, whereas in Europe we think that all of them are Christians, just different kinds of Christians. Actually, if you ask me personally, I agree with the Indonesian view, because there are indeed very serious differences between Catholic and Christian. So in Europe, the old view of British scholars was criticized by Dutch and German scholars. The debate continued, and today also the British scholars agree that their old ideas from the 19th century are not correct. So we scholars in the universities, we have moved away from this old British idea that there is one Hinduism. But interestingly, these British terms, Hindu and Hinduism, have come to lead a life of their own in India. And in a social and political sense. You may have heard of a political ideology in India, which goes under the name of Hindutva. Hindutva simply is a Sanskrit word. It simply means Hindu-ness. In Indonesian, you would say something like kehinduan. Hindutva is, the ideology is based on a book published in the 1920s by a man named Savarkar. And Hindutva is actually a very aggressive Indian hyper-nationalism. It is not really democratic, it is certainly not liberal. It tends towards being violent and terrorist. For instance, followers of Hindutva are guilty of the murder of Mahatma Gandhi. And Hindutva, it can be seen as not only an anti-foreigner movement, but also anti-Christian and especially anti-Muslim. But in order to propagate this kind of a political ideology, you need something that unites people behind you. And the propagators of Hindutva take Hinduism for that. And they pretend that there is such a thing as a unified Hinduism that unites all Hindus in India against everybody else. So there is this play with terminology, with redefining words such as Hindu and Hinduism on a political level, but also on a what we can call a sectarian level. I was told that here in Bali, the ISKCON, or Hare Krishna movement, is very active, and that the actions of Hare Krishna in Bali are a bit problematic because they are highly critical of traditional Balinese Hinduism. To be quite honest, the Hare Krishna movement is a fundamentalist Vaishnava sect, which originated in Bengal only 400 years ago. And it's very difficult to call that kind of a religion traditional Indian Hinduism. Now I will come to Bali and what these ideas mean for understanding Hinduism in Bali. Across India, we now know, Hinduism exists in very many different forms. They are regionally based. They share certain common concepts. They have respect for the Veda, karma, punarjanma, rebirth plays a role in all these schools of thought. But there are also many other additions, and they are always regional. There's a regional literature, there are regional practices of various kinds, which are very important in those parts of India where these new forms of religion have originated. And of course, there are reasons for that. Nothing happens in religion without a reason. Sometimes we do not know what the reasons are. That is something different. It's interesting to find out, and that is what we academic researchers want to know. But there must be reasons, and we should respect them. Otherwise, we are not serious academic researchers. We must look at what is there, what is real. Reality is the basis of our research. Now, it is very clear that all these traditions which existed in India could communicate with each other on the basis of a philosophical background, which anthropologists have called the so-called great tradition, going back to the Vedas, to the Puranas, Mahabharata, Ramayana. But added to that, there are all these local, regional additions. And I believe that exactly the same has happened in Bali. I have witnessed several upacharas in Bali. And for me, as an Indologist who had lived in India for 17 years, I found it absolutely fascinating to see that I immediately recognized about half of what was done. About half of the rituals, I could recognize, yes, this is what I also know in India. The same with mantras. I could understand half of the mantras, which were sometimes in very beautiful Sanskrit. My experience is that in West Bali, far away from the urban centers, the quality of Sanskrit is better than in the south. but everywhere it is clearly Sanskrit, but only half. The other half is something else. It may be Java Kuno, it may be Bahasa Bali, but in any case, it is something different. And it is quite clear that there has been a melting, a merging of intellectual material that originally has come from India and materials that were here from the beginning, indigenous, always there. The same goes for Tantra. I have made studies of Tantra in India. I've collected published books with mantras that are used in tantric rituals. I've also done that here. And I compare these texts, and I see exactly the same, that half of what is found in the Balinese books is Sanskrit. It is recognizable. I can translate that. It's good Sanskrit. And the other half is something else. The same applies for yantras that are used in rituals. Recognizably yantras, but unlike anything that I have seen anywhere in India. So my natural conclusion is that we have in Bali just another regional form of Hinduism. And my request to all of you, and please pass this on to your students, to anyone who wants to hear this, do not think that Balinese Hinduism is something that is dependent on anything that comes from India. And if there is any ideologue, a political ideologue or a religious ideologue who says, dear Balinese, you call yourselves Hindus, but what you're doing is wrong, do not believe them. And my request to you is that if you ever come across such critics, politely tell them that they have no basis for making such criticism, and that therefore you will not listen to them. And you can also give them my greetings. So I would have liked to have spoken more in detail, but unfortunately the kekurangan waktu. So with this, I will end my talk, and I thank you very much for your patience in listening to me.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Maybe the Balinese later on will react on that. Okay, so before I invite Pak Diki Sofyan, I have to invite Dr. Hakam Kwalerci, who will be online, using online. So Professor Hakam Kwalerci is from Haran University, Turkey. So he will... Hakam? Professor Hakam?
Yes,
are you there? Oh yeah, okay. Professor
hello.
Hakam?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Sorry, the time is, it's not 20 minutes anymore.
Yes, yes, I can understand. Okay. And I am very sorry that today I am not together with you. I really wanted to go to Bali because my last visit was 5 years ago. And I do miss Bali and friends, professors, Professor Yekti, of course you, and Professor Nestor, Professor Ketut, and many other, Professor Dundin and other, Professor Diki, and all of our friends. I miss you all. I feel really sorry not to be there and to do my talk online. And I will not take your time too much. And Diana is there also. And I have enjoyed your presentation also, Diana. It was very innovative and wonderful experience for me. So thank you all for inviting me today. So my topic will be about migration and religion. I just wanted to touch on this issue. Nowadays I am concentrating on some migration studies. So should I share my screen, or are you sharing the slides? because I cannot see any slides. If you like, I can share. Okay, let me share my screen. My presentation. I think you can see my presentation. Okay, I will be very brief. I will not go into details, and this is turning into a paper. Then definitely I will share it with you. So I will talk about a little bit talk about forced migration. As you know, Turkey is experiencing mass migration from Syria, especially the conflict zone in Syria, and people are leaving their homes and houses. They are being displaced due to the war and turmoil in Syria. It's an internal and violence, and many groups are fighting each other, unfortunately, and people are leaving their homes and cities to run away from the violence. So when we look at the forced migration, we see displacement and a painful journey and process of finding a new settlement because this is the nature of migration. And the most important part of the migration for me is encountering with the host society. So today I will concentrate on this a little bit and look at what is the role of religion to find a way to live together. So as I told you, I will be brief, and here, by the way, time is like 6:30. I am now in Prague for a meeting. So I will do my best to finish on time. So let's have a look at the statistics. You may see here the number of the forced migrants, like the refugees, we can call them. In Turkey, actually, they are not legally refugees. See, I'm talking about Syrian people. They are under temporary protection. But sociologically, I can refer them as refugees. So 3.6 million refugees, and plus we have 500,000 Afghans and 500,000 Ukrainians, and it's a kind of total 5 million refugees are living in Turkey, and this is the highest number in terms of refugees in the world. We can also look at the cities in Turkey. As I live in Şanlıurfa, by the way, I invite you all to visit Şanlıurfa. I think we should have a paper on Göbekli Tepe. I know Professor Nestor Yekti and Ketut have already visited. Göbekli Tepe is the oldest archaeological site found in the world. And it is a temple, actually. And then I think it is very relevant to our topic today. Hopefully, we can do a joint research on Göbekli Tepe. I offered this to Professor Nestor, and he was very much interested to do a sociological and anthropological study on Göbekli Tepe. Maybe in the coming conferences, we can present something together if we find time to work on this. So this is Şanlıurfa in the southeastern of Turkey, where I live. So we are hosting 500,000 refugees in the city. So in the social cohesion process, as I told at the beginning, the most important part of the migration process for me is encountering with the host community. So there's an encounter, and in this encounter, meeting with the host community and the refugees, there are areas of harmony and conflict, of course, and this is very natural. And I believe integration, it's called integration in some countries, like Germany, for example. It has a dual, it is a multi-dimensional process, actually. It is not that refugees are coming to a country and adapting them directly. No, there should be some mutual responsibilities. For example, from the host community, there should be social acceptance. So this is also an important topic. For example, I go on this topic in Turkey in 1960s. Thousands of people migrated to Germany for as a worker. But when they go to Germany, they took their cultures and their ideas, dreams, and many other things, and of course their belief and their religion, religious thought. There's a good saying of Max Frisch. He said, "We wanted workers, they sent people, human beings, actually." So everyone, even if when we call it refugee or when we call it migrant or worker, guest worker, for example, actually we are referring to human beings. So human beings have their own, every human being have their own story, actually. And they have, for example, here in this picture, you see a suitcase. And also there's another suitcase here in their dormitories, the workers' suitcase. So migrants carry many mystic or many unseen or intangible heritage together with them. So I think this is really important and should be discussed. And when they go to another country to live, there are many situations and difficulties they are facing. So I will not go into these details too much. As you know, there are many obstacles in the process of social cohesion. So for this reason, I will not go into detail, but for example, I will just tell about the main topics like othering, lack of social interaction between refugees and local host communities, prejudices, labeling, social exclusion, and unemployment. So, also one of the most important problem I see or in the research actually says the uncertainty of the refugees. For example, we call them they are actually legally under temporary protection, and they are living under temporary protection for more than 10 years. So we are now questioning what is temporary here. So there's a really uncertainty going on. So the question is, does religion play a role in the process of migration and social cohesion? Of course, yes. We say yes to this, and I will be very abstract on this. Many studies show that when the behaviors of migrants are examined carefully, it is observed that religious manners has an effect on migration and social cohesion processes. Even from the decision to migrate to another country or living in the after the journey to the new country, religion plays an important role. So there are many instruments, there are many ways of experience the religion in different countries. For example, NGOs, religious NGOs. So people come together and then they find a strength and they help each other. So we can also relate this with social networks. And it also encourages sometimes migrants, even it is a forced migration, to choose the country. Religion has an important role. So when we look at, again, choosing the migration destination, I think this is also a very important part of this work. For example, we did a study in Şanlıurfa in our city. We asked people why you choose Şanlıurfa, and of course, social networks and friends and early comers helped each other, and relatives, of course. But one of the most important reason was to come to Turkey, to choose the Turkey, to live in Turkey was religion. So similarities between cultures and religion was playing an important role in the migration process. And when we look at it from the host community's perspective, at the beginning, for example, we can ask how Turkish people hosting 5 million refugees in the country for more than 10 years. And thankfully, thanks to God, I can say there's not, big fight. Of course, there are many, anti-migration movements in Turkey also, especially the elections are coming next year. And some politicians use migrants and refugees as an instrument for their political agenda. But still, what we see is Turkey generously hosting more than 5 million refugees. So we think that religion plays a very important role in this, success, I can say. Because even when we look at the Western countries, even very low numbers of refugees, if you compare it to Turkey, of course, in Germany, for example, 1 million Syrians are living and many others. Yes, I can exclude Germany maybe, but when we look at many other countries, they really don't want to share the responsibility. Because this migration crisis is a global crisis, and the solution should be globally. When we look at the situation in the world, it is only some countries are taking the burden, or I don't call it burden as responsibility. So I think here the Turkish experience has very much to do with religion. So in the history of Islam, you can see that there's a hijrah. I will not go into detail of the hijrah, and it's a kind of good deed to help the oppressed people. So, and also in the Quran, there's a verse for helping the oppressed people and those who are running away from the war or conflict. So you have to be sheltered for them and supporting them and helping them to start a new life. And also very basic teaching of Islam is believers are brothers and sisters. So in this case, people at the beginning, yes, welcomed refugees, but of course, when the time is going, and if we do not do a good and reliable migration management, of course, this can also change. So embracing differences are very important in Islam. Actually, there are many verses in the Quran on this. And there are studies are being done how religion plays role for embracing the differences, because the encounter with the migrants and host communities are depending on the differences of each cultures. So this, for example, language is different and many other things are different. So how we can embrace these differences? So solidarity is also an important term in this, and people feel solidarity with the migrants at least some level, of course, and it should be improved. So there's another verse on the screen. You can see they give the immigrants preference over themselves, even though they may be in need. So this is the highest level of actually embracing the oppressed people and welcoming them. So in sum, if we consider the human dignity, all people should live together in peace, of course, and social participation without being marginalized by anyone is important. Equal access to opportunities for people by believing treated fairly, not exclusion, no one behind. And of course, human dignity always requires the glorification of human identity. So religion can play an important role, and of course plays an important role for social cohesion and building the culture of living together. So thank you very much for your patience. I hope I could be brief, and I really feel sorry, and I am sad I couldn't be in the beautiful Bali and beautiful friends there. Thank you very much.
Okay, give applause to Professor Hakam. Thank you very much, Professor Hakam.
Thank you.
We miss you.
Thank you so much.
I'll invite Dr. Diki Sofyan from the University of Gajah Mada. Maybe only 10 minutes, ya, Pak Diki. Sorry, supposed to be 40 minutes, but because the time.
Om Swastiastu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you all. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for allowing me to provide some of my insights and feedback on some of the presentations that had already been made here in this panel. Obviously, I will just stick to the main theme, which is sacred language, magic, and mysticism. Also in a way, sort of being accountable to the idea that I provided to Professor Dana. But it's also humanly impossible to discuss, sacred language, magic, mysticism, migration, cohesion, and religion, and all of these stuff all together within time frame of 10 minutes. But I would say this, though, that there seems to be an upward trend toward the realization and appreciation for sacred languages and magic and mysticism. I think I might be wrong, but the pandemic might have caused this spike due to the sort of suffering and sense of hopelessness on the part of a number of communities in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic and the effects of the contagion effects of the virus, and also the number of deaths that resulted from the contagion. But I would say this, that within the context of Indonesia, I think there has been, from the very beginning, a process of, sorry for the word, but bastardization of the concepts of magic and mysticism. I think magic and mysticism in Indonesia has been translated into, in practice at least, into sort of perdukunan and klinik and all of the things that fall under the category of non-rational actions or beliefs or understanding. So that process of bastardization, I think, has sort of influenced the way we approach the subject matter as well. Much more an alien sort of system of knowledge to them, which is unstructured, which is unsystematic, and very speculative. And I think are facing a subject matter that is highly problematic, that is highly contested, and I think scholars and researchers and intellectuals need to rethink about how we think about these subjects and how we practice them. On a more personal level, during, again, this is about suffering and hopelessness. I went to a high school in Jakarta, and that was in SMA 70 Bulungan, which is known to be a very naughty school, so to speak. Yeah? It was one of the schools that were known to have a lot of fightings against different students from different high schools. And so there was a lot of fear then, yeah, because we were fighting the people from the STMs, yeah, who would bring to the school, all kinds of peralatan like obengs and so on and so forth. So at that time, I learned the form of a martial art called SBS, and that's called Silat Berdoa Selamat. It was a very interesting form of martial art because it essentially combines the art form, the physical form of the martial art, but also it emphasizes on the doa. And so I was learning this art from this Kiai called Abdul Shukur al-Marhum, who was sort of part of the family of the Navy. So we learned this art throughout high school in this complex for Marines and Navy officers. But one of the things I learned was that there was a lot of incantations involved, a lot of baca-bacaan, jampi-jampian, a lot of the use of Quranic scriptures, yeah, and prophetic sayings, yeah. And I remember many of these things because I still practice them. And there were 4 at least sort of major takeaways that I could get from the years of training there. One is self-protection. Yeah? That there are many basic jurus, what we call jurus, which is the practice of the physical form, but then there are also the incantations, yeah? The baca-bacaan, the jampi-jampian, and of course the Ayatul Kursi and the 3 verses of the last of Al-Baqarah and so on and so forth, and many other verses of the Quran were used to practice our spiritual strength, so to speak. So there was that self-protection, and secondly, there was that power of influence, strangely enough. So we had this sort of jurus merogoh hati, which is to influence the heart of people, yeah? To sway to give, to persuade people. And I used to use this a lot. And the bacaan was from Ali Imran 31. Qul in kuntum tuhibbuna Allah fattabi'uni yuhibbukumullah. Fayaghfir lakum dhunubakum wallahu ghafurur rahim. So essentially the verse says, the first portion of the verse states, say, Muhammad, unto them, that follow me if you love me. Yeah? So this was also used as a love spell. So if one had an interest in the opposite sex, then you can read this incantation, and then after the prayers, you would imagine his or her face, and then you inhale. And that's where you can sway the heart of your target. So that was some of the art forms that I learned. But then there was another sort of teaching, which is on speech. And this was interesting because I used to be a stammerer. I suffered from stammering for about maybe close to 5 to 7 years. And I had problem with my speech. Yeah? And of course, my language was confused because I was sort of brought up in the English world and also in Indonesia, so I couldn't really think quickly enough to switch between languages. But I had a problem with my stammering. And then there was this incantation which I learned through the scriptures of the Quran. And this was a dua and supplication from Prophet Moses before he meets the Pharaoh. And I use this a lot, even before any public speaking engagements that I do, even until today, even just before speaking here. It's Rabbi israh li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. It's how you seek the help of God to make your speech fluent, to make your tongue loose. And I found this to be very effective. And alhamdulillah, praise to God that I was able to overcome my stammering after some years. But after years of practicing this baca-bacaan, the other one is in the spirit possession. So we were also taught to conduct exorcism. And of course, in Islam, exorcism is usually confronted by the verses from Al-Baqarah, which is the second surah, the second chapter of the Quran. So what we usually use in our bacaan is Ayatul Kursi, which talks about essentially the throne of God, yeah, the power of God to influence everything, and also the 3 last verses of the Quran. Maybe I can do that later on as a way to give you an example of that. But then as I sort of went into university and studied more about Islam, I found out that this sort of mystical art or metaphysical art within Islam is very strong, yet it has been sidelined. And I'm guessing that this is because of the secularization process, because of the secular nature of our curriculums and the way religion is taught in schools and in the public arena, including in mosques. And so there is, the metaphysical dimensions of Islam has been sidelined, yeah? And lately, for the past at least maybe 20 years now, I've also been studying the ikhtilaf, the distinction between the Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah, the Sunnis, and the Shias. And I found out that the Shia tradition has much more, a richer dimension of the metaphysical aspects of Islam. And henceforth, if you look at the mullahs in Iran and the Shia clerics and scholars, you'd find them to have a lot of rings on their finger, yeah? Because to them, there is hirz, there is this power in some stones where they have manfa'at, yeah? Where there is benefit, whether it be charisma, whether it be this power or strength, yeah? Or influence, as mentioned. So there is a lot of that within the Islamic tradition. And I just like, before I conclude, I'd just like to perhaps give an example, for instance, yeah, of the kinds of incantations, yeah? And I guess this harks back to what Professor Diana Butler earlier said, that some languages, especially sacred languages, is not or are not to be understood rationally, are not to be read rationally. And I think the Quran is like that. It's not a linear reading of the history of Islam, for instance, or the Prophet's biography, or the tenets of Islam. Yeah? But the idea of the Quran in itself means the recitation. So the Quran means recitation. So the only way for you to get benefit from the Quran is from the recitation, even without understanding necessarily the essence or the substance of the Quran. For instance, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. This is what we call ta'awuz. I seek refuge to Allah from the shaitan, the rejected one. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. This is an invocation in the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. And then you have the Ayatul Kursi. الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمهم إلا بما شاء وسع كرسي السماوات والأرض ولا يعوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم. This is one verse in the Quran, in Al-Baqarah 255. And this is just one incantation that we often use and often practice in the morning and in the evening. So if you recite this verse in the morning, supposedly you will get protection from Allah from morning till the evening. And then once you recite this again in the evening, then you will get protection from the evening until dawn. So that is the sort of practice of incantation, atau baca-bacaan and jampi-jampian in Islam. And then during this pandemic, we have seen this rise of another form of incantation, which is very unpopular, but very popular among the traditionalist Nahdlatul Ulama. So apparently, the Prophet had taught the Muslims 14 centuries ago on how to confront the pandemic. And that is the use by the invocation to the Ahlul Bayt, to the members of the people of the house, the prophetic house. Yeah? So it reads, Li khamsatun utfi biha harral waba'il hatima, al-Mustafa wal-Murtada wabnahuma wa Fatima. So the invocation to the Prophet Muhammad, the Imam Ali, which is the first Imam of the Shia lineage, and then the two sons of Imam Ali, Hassan Hussein, and then Fatima, which is the daughter of, and these people are considered the infallible ones. Ya, orang-orang yang suci, yang maksum. Okay, so that's my time, but what I want to say is that I think modern people have lost the art of the metaphysics, yeah? Mysticism. And I think during this time of suffering and hopelessness, in the face of the pandemic and in the face of many economic breakdowns and political fallouts and so on, I think I'm seeing a rise again of the sacred language, magic, and mysticism. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
So I think we should give a big applause to all the speakers and also from Hakam and Pak Diki and everybody. So I think I'll pass this to the discussion. Oh, okay, even though already 1 o'clock? Yes. Oh, okay, okay. So I think I will open for discussion for maybe just, okay, Pak Diki and Pak Dundin. Anyone else? Okay, Pak Dundin, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ibu Yakti. I just, because of limited time, I have only 2 questions for Professor Hakam and for Professor Nestor Castro. Yeah? The first one is to Mr. Hakam. I think you are right, and I also agree with you that religion is very important to not only for social exclusion, and not social cohesion, but also social exclusion. For instance, in terms of how Western people treat Syrian refugee and Ukrainian refugee. They treat differently. Social exclusion for Syrian refugee and social inclusion for Ukrainian refugee. That's because of religion, I think. Yeah? And that also reflect that Western society has failed to implement multicultural society, I think. Do you agree with, I need your comment of that statement, I think, from Professor Hakam, and the second one for Professor Nestor Castro. Yeah? You said that Eskaya, the person who actually this ascendant of this society is come from Sumatra, yeah, Sumatra, Indonesian people, Indonesian person actually. But how far you has examined this maybe evidence in terms of language, for instance, sacred language. There is related, really related closely to Sumatran language in terms of this theme, sacred language, magic as mysticism. Okay, thank you.
Yes, let me respond if you like. Can you hear me? Should I respond now?
Okay, yes, because you are online,
Okay.
please.
Yes,
You
okay.
want to-
And
wait, Pak Hakam, because maybe have similar question and also the question to you. So please, Pak, wait for a minute, Pak Hakam. Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
just a brief question maybe for Prof. Nestor. If I hear from you that the meaning of the sacred language can only be understood by the member of the language, but at the same time we should share our different culture, different language to another religious people. So I think it is very difficult if we didn't understand the meaning of the other group of people. So how it is? Thank you.
Professor Cahyo, please.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Yekti. First of all, I would like to thank you for all presenters for the interesting presentation. My question is addressed to my old friend, Professor Dr. Castro from the UP. I am interested to hear from you about the Eskaya people language. And thank you for the explanation of the ethnogenesis, how to the formation of the group. But I saw that you seem to use the conventional or primordialist approach in defining ethnicity, like the most cultural anthropology used in 1970s. So, for example, is that identity markers is one indicator, or Frederick Barth say the cultural stuff is like language and other cultural trait. Is the indicator to define the ethnic group. But for in another side, if we talk about the social constructionism or primordialist approach, instrumental approach, like Irrigation or Abner Cohen, he said that ethnicity is a matter of identification, or even it is an intergroup relation. So my question is, would you like to kindly tell us, when or in which social context the Eskaya people identify themselves as a particular cultural distinct group, and the second question is, would you like to tell us or share with us about the social processes of the definition of the situation when they use the identity as ethnic group or as a religious cult? I think it is the long debate in social anthropology, as we know. Thank you very much, Prof. Yekti.
I'll invite Professor Hakam to answer first. Please, Professor Hakam.
Thank you very much for this really important question. Actually, we are dealing it today. What we have witnessed in the Ukrainian war and Syrian war are happening. And of course, sometimes religious understanding can cause some social exclusion. We see this in the conflicts around the world because of the religious understanding. I don't call it religion, but religious understanding, because when we look at Christianity or Islam, you can see the inclusion actually. For example, if Jesus was alive, and he will not allow, he will not differentiate the Syrian people or Ukrainian people because of their faith or religion or gender or race or whatever. Racism is something different. And of course, we should also look at the political agenda of the governments and their political ideas. Of course, it also gives an idea about this. But I don't think Islam or Christianity, when we look at the Quran or Bible or any other secret, languages or books, there is no differentiation between, some races, actually. But with the secularization process and religion turned into a kind of culture. So when you look at the Bruce Willis says from cathedrals to cults. So when it becomes a cult or when it becomes only a culture, not belief, then it changes, the perspective of looking. Yes, we witnessed many bad things, happening. Like, for example, a train goes from Ukraine to Poland, and white people can enter Poland, but black people, even they have their Ukrainian passport and they're running away from the war, they didn't allow them enter to Poland, or even they didn't take them into the trains. So this is really sad, what we see. But we cannot relate this to the understanding of religion, or we cannot blame the religion. I think because the golden rule is in many religions says if you want something good for you, you should want the same good for the other fellow person or your neighbor also. So it's a lot of discussion. Maybe we can discuss this sometime together. I don't know, but it's a very important question, and I think we should question ourselves in this double standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Rakam. Okay, now I go to Professor.
Thank you.
Okay, so first on the question of Pak Dundin. So what I presented about the origins of the Eskaya is an emic view. It comes from the people themselves. It doesn't come from scientists or outsiders or anthropologists. So they believe that their ancestors came from Israel and Sumatra, then intermarried. So were there any studies proving or disproving this? Not so much, because the Eskaya is quite a recent discovery, only during the late 1970s. And the focus of those linguists who studied it was to disprove that it was an authentic language. That was their more focus, not the historical part of it. So I think that has to be pursued. However, for the mythical part of it, riding sea animals, coming from Ephesus, so those ones, if we look at empirical data, of course, probably we disprove it. But I would go back to what Pa Dicky mentioned, that the issue is not are they rational? Is this authentic? But I sincerely believe that the Eskaya people believe in it. They think this is their story. And we are outsiders saying, no, that's not true. Okay? So, but it would be good. When I go back, I look into the Sumatra connection. What I did first is to find Mansilis, if there is such a Mansilis in Sumatra. But the Eskaya are not unique in that. We have so many stories in the Philippines where we say that, of course, there were waves of migration coming from Indonesia, from Kalimantan, going to the Philippines. Some of them would have basis, some of them are more mythical. Okay. But that was not my main discussion. Now, on the question of understanding the group and not understanding them, so among the Eskaya, including the younger ones, all of them, elders and younger ones, don't speak Eskaya language on a day-to-day basis. They don't speak it at home. They only use Eskaya language when they're praying, during rituals, and when they want to distinguish themselves from others. So it's a form, in that sense, it becomes an identity marker, which I combine with the question of Chayo. So it was deliberate on their part. They don't want others to learn it. When we want to examine the books, the so-called sacred books, they said, no, that's impossible because you're non-Eskaya. And they said that, and this we cannot prove, that during the Spanish colonial period, Eskaya documents were burned by the Spanish, and anyone who uses Eskaya language will be killed by the Spanish. So that is their story. So again, a challenge would be for outsiders to learn it more. But I only found 4 linguists and 2 anthropologists who did studies on the Eskaya. My fieldwork there was very, very short during the pre-pandemic period, so I couldn't even say that I'm an expert on the Eskaya. Of course, my area of interest is in ethnic identity formation, which brings me to the question of Pat Chayo. In the Philippines, many ethnic groups in the Philippines are usually identified through language, with a few exceptions. Like we have Negrito groups, because they are phenotypically different. They're shorter, darker, curly hair. Even if their language is the same with the rest of Filipinos, their neighboring groups, no difference in language. But because they look different, they are identified as a distinct ethnic group. Now there are also groups that are Muslim Filipinos, because coming from a dominantly Catholic country, 85% Catholic, then minorities, because they have a different religion, such as Islam, so they're treated as different, as a minority. Okay. So that was the prevailing framework in Philippine ethnic identity. But my argument is, it's not just that. There are many other variables. Now, what about if it's a religious cult? The problem with the term religious cult, it's very derogatory. You judge that it's not a real religion. Since I come from a Catholic upbringing, in the past, even Christ's apostles, they were called a cult until they became a majority later on because of the Holy Roman Empire. So I wouldn't use the term cult. I'm not comfortable with using the term. It was other investigators who used the term cult. And there are instances in other countries. For example, in the US, the Amish community, of course, originally they were considered a separate group because they come from a Germanic origin, then have their own practices, have their own way of wearing things. So they're even laughed about, became tourist attractions. But then, since this has been several generations, so we could consider them as a distinct ethnic group, and their main marker, not the only one, would be their belief system. So for me, the Eskaya should also be recognized as a distinct ethnic group, especially in the light of the opposite, that their rights may be dispossessed. If you're a hoax, if you're a fake,
then you have no rights whatsoever. But these are four communities who sincerely believe that they are different from the rest. So my position is recognize them and maybe be more sensitive on how to judge who they are and what they are. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very, very interesting. But I think time, Pak Ketut, because I should not give the yeah, okay then. Very interesting, and I think what Pak Diki says also. I read ayat kursi every day, three times before going out. So that's also I think is important for us sacred language. Okay, so I think let's give applause again to all of us. And it's lunchtime, so I'll just pass to the organizer.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the plenary session from the speakers led by Prof. Yekti. Thank you, Prof. Yekti and Dr. Diki and all our speakers today. Now I would like to invite Chairman of Vidyakarti Foundation to give token of appreciations to all our speakers today. For all our speakers today, please welcome to the stage keynote speakers and the main speakers. Well, after take a picture, please Chairman of Vidyakarti Foundation to give token of appreciation for our speakers. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the plenary session. Thank you for the attention. And before we move to the next agenda, let's take a lunch break around 30 minutes. After that, panel session, and for the online participants, please entering the break room. For the offline participants, please entering class that had been prepared by the committee on second and third floor in Faculty of Education building. Thank you. After 30 minutes. Two p.m. at 2 p.m.
Recording stopped.